Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 4 of What If I Was Reborn in Naruto as the Akatsuki mastermind controlling Shinobi history. Let the tale begin. Chapter 91, Danzo's Mockery. At the border of the Land of Rain. After leading his remnants out of the Land of Rain, Danzo lingered at the border for several days. On one hand, he was waiting for the outcome of the internal conflict in the Land of Rain. On the other hand, he was looking for any opportunities to intervene. What disappointed Danzo was that the once demigod Hanzo of the Salamanders seemed truly aged. Not only did he lose the negotiations to the Akatsuki, but even his subordinates couldn't make much of a stir, allowing Amigakure to smoothly complete the power transition. This might be good news for Jiraiya. But for him and Konoha, it was terrible news. The Akatsuki would certainly not be satisfied with the Land of Rain. Soon they would undoubtedly expand outward, encroaching on Konoha's interests and threatening the safety of the Land of Fire. However, this was not the time to worry about that. Once Amigakure stabilized, they would surely trace back to find him as the mastermind behind the scenes, putting him in grave danger. After all, his strength was not on par with Hanzo's. If the Akatsuki could kill Hanzo, they could kill him too. It was best to pack up and return to the safety of the rear, replenishing the personnel lost en route during this mission. At that moment, Ryoma Aburame rushed into the secret room, holding a scroll in his hand. Already in a foul mood, Danzo glared at the flustered Ryoma and scolded, "As a Jonin, how can you be so careless? The situation is quite urgent." Ryoma explained cautiously. "Don't panic in the face of problems. If the sky falls, this old man and Sarutobi will hold it up. Konoha will always have our support." After lecturing his subordinate, Danzo asked, "Now then, Ryoma, what's the matter?" Ryoma took a deep breath and quickly said, "Lord Danzo, it's a letter from Byakuya. It seems he's trying to contact us through a ninja hawk." "Byakuya?" Danzo's face darkened as he realized he had forgotten about the ninja hawk. He cautiously glanced out the window, ready to use the reverse summoning technique at any moment. His summoning beast, Dream Manta, happened to have the ability and chakra to perform the reverse summoning technique. Seeing Danzo's thoughts, Ryoma reminded, "Lord Danzo, Byakuya didn't follow us, so you should check what's written in the letter." Fortunately, he didn't follow Danzo and the team during their retreat. Danzo breathed a sigh of relief but showed a look of regret as if he had missed an opportunity. Carefully opening the letter, the moment it was unfolded, the explosive tag inside flashed, triggering an explosion. Danzo and Ryoma quickly used chakra to defend themselves, but the nearby desk was blown to pieces. Picking up the intact letter from the ground, Danzo, his face covered in soot, opened it and read it. After finishing, his expression turned extremely complex. It wasn't a letter of accountability, but a letter of thanks. Byakuya thanked Danzo for the supplies and advanced ninjutsu he had sent, as well as for his assistance on his path to seizing power. He claimed that without Danzo, he would not have been able to become the current leader of the Akatsuki. Byakuya even shared his experience of the takeover in the letter. However, Byakuya's target was not Yahiko and the others, but Hanzo of Amigakure. At the end of the letter, Byakuya asked when Danzo would become the Hokage of Konoha, and if possible, he wanted to invite Danzo to Amigakure to exchange experiences. Seeing the silent Danzo, Ryoma was about to speak but was frightened into silence by Danzo's glare, taking a step back. Danzo took a deep breath and read the letter again. Byakuya's letter was ostensibly one of thanks, but in reality, it was a blatant mockery, delivering a critical blow. From Byakuya's address, it was clear he had long known Danzo's identity and had guessed his dream of becoming Hokage, using it to taunt him. But what pained Danzo the most was Byakuya's success. Regardless of who the current leader of Amigakure was, Byakuya's plan clearly won the lottery. He had risen from a high-ranking member of the Akatsuki to its leader and had even replaced Hanzo as the ruler of Amigakure. Danzo, on the other hand, was a failure. Not only had this operation failed, but his dream of becoming Hokage was also a distant one. The only good news was that Byakuya seemed to be a ninja who only cared about interests, just like himself. Having lost Hanzo as a collaborator, there might still be opportunities for future cooperation with Byakuya. As for not taking this opportunity to hunt him down, it was simple. Byakuya and Yahiko shared most of their interests, but their minor interests clashed. With the loss of a potential enemy and threat, Byakuya also lost his usefulness. A mature ninja would cultivate enemies to justify having a group of subordinates, otherwise, they would have no voice in high-level meetings. Thinking this, Danzo took out a blank scroll and began to craft a hypocritical reply. After finishing the letter, Danzo handed it to Ryoma, instructing calmly, have the Ninja Hawk deliver this letter to Byakuya. Ryoma didn't delay and immediately left the secret room. He had just witnessed the changes in Danzo's expression firsthand. Although he didn't fully understand it, he was really stunned. Perhaps this was the kind of interaction that occurred between the major figures in the ninja villages. After Ryoma left, a few more root ninjas came to report. This time, the information was about the eastern coast of the Land of Fire. In the forest near the coast, a ninja had discovered an unconscious Kakashi and the surrounding bodies of dead Mist Umbu. The number of over 30 Mist Umbu made Danzo frown. Dealing with that many Mist Umbu was no easy task, it required strength comparable to that of Hokage. There weren't many ninjas in Konoha who could achieve this. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Sannin, Minato Namikaze, and then there was him. If Minato Namikaze had handled it, it would be understandable, but if Kakashi had dealt with it. Danzo wasn't brave enough to continue that line of thought. Although Kakashi's father possessed such ability, Kakashi himself was not yet 15. Could there really be such a strong young prodigy in the ninja world? Danzo suddenly thought of Byakuya, Nagato, and others, and his mood turned bitter. The ninja world not only had young prodigies but also many of them. They weren't merely geniuses, they were young powerhouses. After all, only ninjas who hadn't yet fully grown were considered geniuses, and Byakuya could already stand alone. Pulling back his increasingly scattered thoughts, Danzo began to worry again about the position of Hokage. His own hope of becoming Hokage seemed dim, and Orochimaru's chances also seemed very slim, considering Orochimaru's disciples were not as outstanding as Minato's. Perhaps accelerating the wood release project was the only solution. Only by possessing Lord Hashirama's bloodline limit could he prove that he was more suitable to become Hokage than anyone else. Only then could he, as Hokage, could lead Konoha to rule the world. Chapter 92, Konoha. After sending the reply, Danzo was eager to return to Konoha to proceed with the next phase of the wood release experiments. Only by cultivating a ninja with the wood release bloodline limit could he and Orochimaru win the battle to become the fourth Hokage and enjoy true freedom within the village. Taking a few days to travel, Danzo returned to his root base, only to find Umbu directly under the third Hokage waiting at the entrance. As soon as Danzo returned, the Umbu ninja stepped forward respectfully. Lord Danzo, the Hokage has requested your presence at the Hokage's office. Despite his annoyance, Danzo followed them. He was curious to see what Sarutobi wanted. Arriving at the Hokage's office, Danzo saw the third Hokage at work desk. The Hokage looked up, scrutinizing his long-absent subordinate and part-time friend with sharp eyes. Unlike the elderly third Hokage of 10 years later, this Hokage was in his early 50s. Though his physical prowess had waned slightly from its peak, his extensive experience more than compensated for any physical decline, making him still one of the top ninjas in the world. After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage looked at Danzo. Danzo, during your absence, the situation in the ninja world has changed significantly. Currently, aside from Kumogakure's unclear stance, Kirigakure and Iwagakure have both expressed a desire for peace talks. The war is about to end. And so, I plan to hold a Jonin meeting in a month to elect the fourth Hokage. What does the Hokage election have to do with me? The last time I nominated myself, only you, Koharu, and Hamura vetoed it, didn't you? Danzo scoffed and added, and I don't believe someone as young as Minato Namikaze can manage the village well. Danzo, if we, the older generation, keep running for Hokage, it will make us a laughingstock. It's time to let the younger ones take the lead, the third Hokage chuckled. He knew Danzo had always wanted to be Hokage, but he could not allow it, not even letting Danzo have a chance to run. One reason was that Danzo had been in the shadows for too long, tainted by too much darkness. Another was that both he and Danzo were getting old, and even he had thoughts of retirement. A peer like Danzo was better suited as an advisor elder, contributing to the village from that position. Creating another ninja willing to fall into the darkness would not be easy. He also knew Danzo supported Orochimaru's bid for the fourth Hokage, even considering fraudulent means. However, he doubted Orochimaru could defeat Minato Namake's. Minato's achievements in this ninja war were too brilliant, overshadowing even the Hokage himself. After discussing the fourth Hokage, the third Hokage's expression turned serious. He took a scroll from his drawer. "Alright, aside from informing you about the upcoming Hokage election, there's another task I need you for. It's a request for help from the daimyo of the Land of Wind. They need us to deal with rogue ninjas. I didn't want to trouble you at this time, but..." The third Hokage hesitated, but Danzo already understood and snatched the scroll, glancing at it briefly. The task was issued by the daimyo of the Land of Wind, targeting rogue ninjas in Wind City. On the surface, the mission was to target rogue ninjas, but in reality, it was to eliminate the spies placed by Sunagakure in Wind City to monitor the daimyo. This was a joint mission between Konoha and the daimyo of the Land of Wind to weaken their ally. Such tasks could not be carried out by ordinary jonin, and the jonin capable of completing them valued their reputation too much. Only a ninja willing to dwell in the shadows, like Danzo, would be willing to execute such missions, and he had performed countless similar tasks over the years. However, the third Hokage's real intention was not just to have him execute this mission. It was a warning to Danzo not to meddle in the Hokage election, an excuse to send him away from the village during this critical time. The Hokage's strategy was indeed malicious. After some contemplation, Danzo ultimately accepted the mission. He glanced at the Hokage's chair before leaving the office. Years ago, he had been just a step away from becoming Hokage, and years later, it was still the same. He had been waiting for this position for decades. But now, at the crucial moment of the fourth Hokage election, Sarutobi had sent him away. If he couldn't become Hokage through the normal election process, could he follow Byakuya's example and use other means to achieve his goal? Thinking about this made Danzo uneasy, but he suppressed his thoughts. Even though he had lost most of his subordinates, even at the height of his power, his forces were far inferior to the Umbu. Moreover, he had no allies other than Orochimaru. The odds were too low. It was better to stay in the shadows, surviving as a part of Root. After dealing with Danzo, the third Hokage went to the rooftop, overlooking most of Konoha from there. Gazing at the peaceful village, the third Hokage felt a strong sense of pride. Although the village had suffered significant losses due to his failed decisions in the war, losing many young and strong jonin, many young ninjas had also gained experience and grown. Among them, his favorites were Minato Namake's and Kakashi Hatake, the master and disciple. Minato had grown into one of the top ninjas in the world, capable of assuming the responsibilities of Hokage, while Kakashi had shown the ability to stand alone. With proper guidance, he could become another white fan of Konoha. However, even though peace was imminent, there were still undercurrents in the shadows. Danzo, who wanted to become Hokage, the Uchiha clan eyeing the Hokage position, and the powerful clans like the Hyuga that were difficult to control, all these had to be dealt with slowly. The Hokage needed to weaken the clans and strengthen the power and influence of the Hokage's office. It was his way of securing the position of Hokage and maintaining the village's stability, though he wondered if Minato Namake's could manage it. If Minato couldn't handle it. The third Hokage fell into deep thought, contemplating his relationship with the fourth Hokage after his retirement. However, even the third Hokage didn't notice that his reflective moment on the rooftop was being observed by Obito and Black Zetsu. After Black Zetsu persuaded Obito to become Madara's successor, they came to Konoha together. On one hand, Obito wanted to visit his former friends and retrieve his own eye. On the other hand, they were scouting to see if there was an opportunity to weaken Konoha and obtain a portion of the Ninetales chakra. Before the third Hokage's gaze could sweep over their location, Obito and Black Zetsu used Kamui to disappear. Standing in the Kamui dimension, Black Zetsu said to Obito, "Stop thinking about it. Konoha will never give you the Nine Tails chakra. It's better to take Kakashi's Sharingan and complete your pair of Mangekyo as soon as possible." Obito looked around the distorted space of Kamui, his eyes narrowing with determination. "I know. But there's more to do before we can proceed. Konoha's defenses are strong, and we need to weaken them strategically." Black Zetsu nodded, a sinister smile forming. "Exactly. The Nine Tails chakra is crucial, but we must bide our time and strike when Konoha is vulnerable." Obito clenched his fist, his thoughts drifting back to his former friends in Konoha. "First, we need to ensure our plans align with Madara's vision. Once we have the Mangekyo, we can move forward more aggressively." Black Zetsu's eyes gleamed with malevolence. "Patience and precision. That's the key. For now, let's focus on destabilizing Konoha from the shadows." As they strategized in the Kamui dimension, the third Hokage continued his musings on the rooftop, unaware of the looming threats and intricate plots that would soon engulf Konoha. The delicate balance of power within the village, the ambitions of Danzo, and the external threats posed by rogue ninjas and rival villages would all converge, testing the resilience and unity of the Hidden Leaf Village. Back in Konoha, the preparations for the fourth Hokage election were underway. The village was bustling with anticipation, unaware of the dark clouds gathering on the horizon. Minato Namikaze, with his growing reputation and unparalleled skills, was seen as the beacon of hope, but the shadows of doubt and uncertainty lingered. Chapter 93, Obito's competitive nature. Obito ignored Black Zetsu and used Kamui to move towards Kakashi's home. Although Black Zetsu claimed to be the will of Uchiha Madara, Obito saw him as nothing more than a poor imitation, unworthy of giving him orders. However, Black Zetsu was right about one thing: Obito didn't have the power to confront the village yet, not even with a complete Sharingan, as his Sharingan was currently with Kakashi. Only by retrieving his eye from Kakashi would Obito's abilities be complete. A few minutes later, Obito arrived at Kakashi's house. Kakashi was resting on a tatami mat, his face showing signs of mental exhaustion and his eyes filled with despondency. Seeing this, Obito felt a sense of satisfaction. Kakashi, this useless guy, didn't become stronger even with his eye. A failure who couldn't even protect Rin deserved to live in pain for the rest of his life. "Obito, take back your eye quickly," Black Zetsu urged in his ear. Although annoyed with Black Zetsu, Obito silently approached Kakashi. If he could retrieve his eye, his power would increase significantly. But just as Obito was about to reach Kakashi, Kakashi suddenly murmured in his sleep. "Obito, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect Rin, couldn't keep our promise." Hearing this, Obito froze behind Kakashi. Then, he used the body flicker technique to disappear from the spot, crouching in a nearby thicket, lost in thought. "Obito, why didn't you take your eye?" Black Zetsu asked, displeased. "Don't try to order me around." Obito snapped, glaring at Black Zetsu. Then he found an excuse and said, "Even without my eye, I can still gather the tailed beasts and bring Rin back to life." Black Zetsu saw through Obito's thoughts but didn't expose him. Obito clearly didn't want to harm Kakashi, yet he kept up a facade, showing his immaturity. He still had a long way to go before becoming a competent mastermind. In comparison, White Knight, whom Black Zetsu had chosen, never hesitated and worked diligently towards world domination, to the point where Black Zetsu had to stop him from overworking. Obito, on the other hand, was indecisive and weak-willed. Apart from those eyes, he was nothing. After visiting Kakashi, Obito, with Black Zetsu, went to the Uchiha clan compound and then to the Hero Memorial. He lingered in front of Rin's gravestone for a long time. Rin's grave didn't hold her body, but Obito still looked at it carefully. His thoughts began to drift, imagining a future where Rin was revived, and they fell in love, married, and had children. But a chilling wind brought him back to reality, reminding him of Rin's death. Through posthumous investigations, he knew that Rin hadn't died at the hands of the Mist ninjas. The Mist had sealed the three tails in her, intending to use her as a weapon against Konoha. Before the weapon could be activated, the Mist had protected Rin. The ones who had tried to kill Rin were Kakashi and Rin herself. Rin had chosen to die by Kakashi's hand, unwilling to let herself be used to harm the village. Kakashi also hadn't wanted to kill Rin, he had done it to protect the village and his comrades. Both Kakashi and Rin had acted for the village, but the village couldn't protect them, leaving only a cold name on the memorial stone. What was the cause of all this? What was the solution? If he really brought Rin back, how would she see him? Could she accept his actions? After all, Rin's dream was world peace, and reviving her would certainly ignite war. Obito couldn't imagine Rin coldly questioning his actions after being revived. What if she chose to end her life again? Was the fault with his powerless self or with this world? After much contemplation, Obito concluded that the fault lay with this cruel and twisted world. Why do ninjas start wars? Why did he lose his parents at such a young age, leaving him with no relatives? Why were he and Rin forced to go to the battlefield at the tender age of 9, compelled to become competent ninjas? If they lived in a perfect world, Rin wouldn't have chosen to take her own life and would have lived unhappily. But how could one create such a perfect world? Obito thought of the Eye of the Moon plan. The Rinnegan could bring Rin back to life, but the Eye of the Moon plan could create a world without conflict. At that moment, Obito seemed to find a completely different path. When night fell, Obito and Black Zetsu bypassed the barriers and left Konoha. With his face hidden behind a mask, Obito's expression was unreadable, but his steps were noticeably heavier. His thoughts had changed. Before resurrecting Rin and Madara, he planned to implement the infinite Tsukuyomi, creating a world without conflict. But his pride prevented him from discussing this with Black Zetsu, so he remained silent. Seeing Obito's lack of resolve, Black Zetsu said coldly, "Since you can't bring yourself to take down Kakashi, go join the Akatsuki. I have a capable subordinate there." The Akatsuki? Obito seemed to recognize the name and then said, "You mean the organization where Nagato is? You have someone placed there?" "Who?" "You should have met him." "Yes, his name is Byakuya, the new leader of the Akatsuki." "Byakuya? Byakuya is your subordinate?" Obito was surprised. He was familiar with the name and had met Byakuya a few times. The first time they met, Byakuya had warned him not to step on an explosive tag. The second time, Byakuya had helped him rescue Rin, albeit with a sharp tongue, but Obito had thought him to be a decent person. Now Black Zetsu was telling him that Byakuya was also Madara's subordinate. After a pause, Obito asked Black Zetsu, "Why did Byakuya become your subordinate? Does he also want to resurrect someone important?" Black Zetsu shook his head. "His dream is bigger than yours, but it's also easier. He's a descendant of the Uzumaki clan and wants to rebuild the land of whirlpools, seeking revenge on the villages that once harmed it." "So, it's about restoring his country?" Obito scoffed internally and then said, "But you're suggesting I join him rather than take over the Akatsuki myself? Isn't the position of leader supposed to go to the strongest?" In the past, he might not have been a match for Byakuya, but no matter how strong Byakuya was, he could at most be as strong as Kakashi. After undergoing intense training with Madara Uchiha and awakening the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan, Obito was confident that Byakuya was no match for him. Black Zetsu observed Obito's competitive spirit and sighed inwardly before reminding him, "Obito, don't underestimate Byakuya. He, along with Nagato and the others, defeated the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander and now rules Amigakure." "I know." Obito nodded. "But I am Madara's true successor." Chapter 95, Tsukuyomi Plan. Black Zetsu-senpai is making a valid point. Byakuya nodded and continued, "It's true that the organization currently lacks someone who can handle errands. The Kamui ability is very convenient. But what's the deal with Madara? Is that a title or a name? If I remember correctly, Madara Uchiha died decades ago, right?" Upon hearing Byakuya deny that he was Madara, Obito's mood soured. In a low voice, he said, "I am indeed Madara Uchiha." Byakuya completely ignored Obito and turned to Black Zetsu beside him. "Black Zetsu-senpai, is he really Madara Uchiha? Is Madara's strength really this weak? I feel like his strength isn't even on par with Senju Hashirama." Black Zetsu looked somewhat embarrassed and could only explain reluctantly, "He is Lord Madara's successor, inheriting Lord Madara's title." Byakuya nodded solemnly and said seriously, "So he only inherited Madara's title. No wonder his strength is so weak, there's absolutely no sense of oppression." Listening to the conversation between Black Zetsu and Byakuya, Obito's face beneath his mask darkened. Clearly, this was supposed to be the return of a strong figure, yet he was completely disregarded by Black Zetsu and Byakuya. And what exactly was Byakuya's deal? Although he didn't seem threatening on the surface, he had nearly inflicted serious injury just now. While this surprise attack hadn't decided life or death, he had undeniably lost to Byakuya. This made Obito doubt whether the past 6 months of training had been in vain. He couldn't defeat Byakuya before, and apparently still couldn't now. At this moment, Byakuya finished his conversation with Black Zetsu and walked towards Obito's position. "What's your name?" "You remind me of someone I knew named Obito, also an Uchiha," Byakuya said. Upon hearing the name Obito, Obito's expression changed. His voice turned cold as he replied, "I don't know anyone named Obito. But yes, I am indeed Uchiha, and the title of Madara is just a name I use casually with outsiders. You can call me the Masked Man." "Alright, Masked Man." Byakuya acquiesced easily and continued, "But really, you don't know Obito? He may not be the brightest, but he's a good person. I wonder how he's doing now." "Don't keep mentioning Obito in front of me. It sounds like we're familiar," Obito retorted coldly in his heart. Obito then continued, "Don't compare me to that Uchiha of Konoha. They're just a bunch of poor souls fantasizing about becoming Hokage." After a brief pause, Obito spoke with a serious expression, "Byakuya, I'm quite satisfied with the test just now. You qualify to become a member of our organization and work together towards our common goals." Byakuya's expression also turned serious as he asked, "May I ask, what is the name of our organization? What are the plans of our organization? What do we aim to achieve in 3 years, and in 5? Obito hesitated and stumbled, unable to provide an answer. It seemed he truly didn't know the name of his and Black Zetsu's organization, nor did he have a clear vision of future plans. Seeing this, a faint smile crept onto Black Zetsu's lips. When he first met Byakuya, he was also puzzled by Byakuya's eloquence. Somehow, he ended up joining the Akatsuki organization under Byakuya, becoming one of Byakuya's subordinates. If Black Zetsu couldn't do it, Obito surely couldn't either. Seeing Obito unable to answer the questions, Byakuya sighed lightly and said, "Since you, like Black Zetsu-senpai, don't know how to rule the world, why don't you join my Akatsuki organization? With your strength, you could barely become a peripheral member of Akatsuki." "A peripheral member?" Obito exclaimed incredulously, unable to accept this treatment. He had come here to replace Byakuya and become the leader of Akatsuki. Instead, Byakuya didn't even grant him the status of a full member, only a peripheral one. Unable to accept this, Obito immediately used Kamui and left the Akatsuki base. Watching the swirling vortex disappear with Obito, Byakuya silently remarked on Obito's weak mental endurance. He hadn't even asked about Rin Nohara's situation, and this kid had already run away. Originally, he wanted to ask Rin if she had married Kakashi yet and perhaps send some gifts or the like. And, man, MC is a menace. Gathering his thoughts, Byakuya looked at Black Zetsu beside him, furrowing his brow as he said, "Black Zetsu-senpai, now that the outsider has left, we can speak frankly. Who exactly is the Masked Man? Why does he claim to be Madara Uchiha, and why does he seem less than respectful towards you? What's the whole story behind this?" Black Zetsu sighed inwardly and then said, "He's an orphan picked up by Madara Uchiha, now Madara's successor. Madara Uchiha is the initiator of the Eye of the Moon project, and I was once one of Lord Madara's subordinates. I see. Byakuya suddenly understood, then continued, but this guy is using Lord Madara's influence to harass you, Black Zetsu-senpai. I can't tolerate that. At this point, Byakuya suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, what is the Eye of the Moon plan? Caught off guard by the question, Black Zetsu hesitated briefly and cautiously explained, the Eye of the Moon plan, in full, is a genjutsu of such scale that it puts the entire shinobi world under an illusion to achieve peace. I see. Byakuya nodded thoughtfully, such a genjutsu is indeed powerful. Once everyone is trapped in the illusion, dealing with all resistors would mean ruling the world. But casting such a ninjutsu must be complex. Extremely difficult. First, one needs to gather the 9-tailed beasts and seal them using the Rinnegan into the Geto statue. After reviving the 10 tails, only then can the infinite Tsukuyomi be cast. Since he couldn't deceive Byakuya any longer, Black Zetsu decided to reveal the entire plan of the infinite Tsukuyomi. After pondering for a moment, Byakuya found a loophole and remarked, Nagato's Rinnegan indeed seems to possess these abilities. However, this Eye of the Moon plan doesn't seem very useful. Before gathering the 9-tailed beasts, we would have to subdue the 5 great shinobi nations. Achieving that would already grant us the ability to rule the world. Black Zetsu became increasingly tensed. It seemed Byakuya had discovered the flaws in his words. Continuing, Byakuya said, however, the Geto statue would serve as an excellent chakra source, capable of intimidating the 5 great nations with its power and forcing them to maintain peace. Black Zetsu-senpai, you're really something. This deceitful plan of the infinite Tsukuyomi, fooling Madara and the masked man, claiming that putting all humans under an illusion would maintain peace, only fools would believe such a thing. After listening to Byakuya's analysis, Black Zetsu was sweating profusely. Byakuya almost suspected him, but fortunately, Byakuya concluded that the Eye of the Moon plan was a deception aimed at Madara and Obito, all to create the 10 tails and dominate the shinobi world. Chapter 96, Conflicts among the 5 Great Ninja Villages. After teasing Black Zetsu with words, Byakuya took out a scroll from his pouch. The scroll documented the future development plans of the Akatsuki. Ever since he formally became the leader of the Akatsuki, Byakuya had been devising plans to expand and strengthen the organization. In addition to developing Amegakure into a powerful local nation under Akatsuki's command, the plan to recruit manpower was also indispensable. Yes, he intended to emulate the original plot of the Akatsuki, forming a mercenary group within the organization to recruit elite ninjas who had defected from the 5 great shinobi nations for various reasons. This approach would maximize the organization's effectiveness systemically while squeezing the value out of those rogue ninjas. He had no intention of being a saint to either the ninja villages or those rogues. Taking the scroll from Byakuya, Black Zetsu casually glanced through it after unrolling it, and his eyes lit up. Byakuya had been his most obedient subordinate in all these years. Without even needing orders, he had prepared in advance. In contrast, Obito was not only immature and conflicting but also frequently defied his commands. At this moment, Byakuya spoke up, asking, Black Zetsu-senpai, is this plan of mine acceptable? Black Zetsu nodded, then replied, your plan is generally feasible, but there are some areas that need refinement. Nevertheless, it's sufficient for now. Then please, Black Zetsu-senpai, give me your guidance. Byakuya said very obediently. No need. I trust your judgment. After receiving the plan, Black Zetsu didn't linger and used the mayfly technique to leave Amegakure. Obito had been waiting outside the village for some time when he saw Black Zetsu arrive, speaking disdainfully, Black Zetsu, you're finally back. Why not continue discussing with Byakuya? Isn't he your most prized subordinate? Facing Obito's sarcastic remarks, Black Zetsu remained expressionless. Everything is for the Eye of the Moon plan. Besides, Byakuya is so strong, isn't he also being manipulated by us? He thinks we're helping him restore his country, but we can use this excuse to manipulate him. With that said, Black Zetsu tossed the plan to Obito. Hearing these words, Obito's expression softened considerably. Byakuya was indeed powerful, but in the end, he was just a pawn being played with. Byakuya without the Sharingan couldn't see through destiny at all. He could only immerse himself in a false reality. After reading through the plan, Obito furrowed his brow and then carefully reread it again, sinking into contemplation. The document stated that to dominate the shinobi world, one must quietly develop without revealing one's head. During the period of accumulating strength, powerful rogue ninjas must also be recruited to weaken the 5 great shinobi nations. These points seemed average to Obito, even someone like Kakashi knew them. But at the end of the plan, Byakuya detailed the weaknesses of the 5 great shinobi nations and provided strategies to weaken them. The Sunagakure is in a period of transition, and the struggle between the 4th Kazekage and the Scorch-Release Yagura has reached a fever pitch. One could disguise oneself as a ninja from an enemy country and exacerbate the conflict between the Kazekage and Pakura. Iwagakure, despite its internal unity, lacked a qualified successor. There were conflicts between the 3rd Tsuchikage and the 2 Jinchuriki, showing their lack of unity. Simply by propagating the idea of the Jinchuriki wanting to seize power, they could sow division among them. In Kirigakure, the blood mist policy over the years had caused profound contradictions between civilian ninjas and clan ninjas. Although Konoha appeared flourishing, factional struggles were severe. Not only were there internal conflicts among the high-ranking officials, but the Uchiha and Hyuga clans were also restless. Kumogakure, while internally united, was dominated by the Raikage clan. However, it had the least internal conflicts among the villages. Having read all this, Obito couldn't help but acknowledge Byakuya's abilities. He could actually identify the internal conflicts of the 5 great shinobi nations through intelligence gathering. Simply by instigating conflicts as outlined above, even if the 5 great shinobi nations did not descend into internal strife, they would be left in a state of unease. Perhaps many powerful jonin would intervene at that time, joining their ranks and becoming aides to the Eye of the Moon plan. However, Byakuya's speed in gathering intelligence was also astonishingly fast. Seeming to sense Obito's doubts, Black Zetsu came over to explain, Byakuya fears retaliation against the 5 great shinobi nations. The destruction of Uzumaki and the subsequent estrangement of the 5 great shinobi nations are inextricably linked. With that, Black Zetsu recounted what had happened back then. The Uzumaki clan of Uzumaki was an ally of Konoha during the founding of the village. They assisted Konoha in controlling the Land of Fire and provided Jinchuriki and numerous sealing techniques. However, over time, the isolated Uzumaki clan overseas began to attract the covetous eyes of the other shinobi villages. Eventually, in accordance with an unspoken agreement among the major shinobi villages, they jointly attacked Uzumaki. After hearing the account of Uzumaki's demise, Obito's expression subtly changed. He had never realized that beneath the village's seemingly bright facade lay so much darkness. When Uzumaki was besieged by ninja forces from several major powers, Konoha surprisingly chose to stand idly by. This was a betrayal of his own will of fire. Why didn't Konoha protect its ally, its comrade? Nowadays, even the shinobi of the Uzumaki clan prefer to wander rather than seek refuge in Konoha. Perhaps they had also grown completely disillusioned with Konoha. After retracting his gradually drifting thoughts, Obito dispelled his suspicions of Byakuya. Byakuya's hatred towards the 5 great shinobi nations was genuine, he truly wanted to destroy them. Wait a minute, does that mean when Byakuya and the others contacted us 6 months ago, they were actually very dangerous? Obito, which village do you want to weaken first? At this moment, Black Zetsu suddenly spoke, cutting off Obito's thoughts. Obito fell silent. He wasn't sure which village to weaken first. Should it be Kirigakure, which he held deep animosity towards, or Konoha, the strongest of the 5 great shinobi nations? Emotionally, he desired revenge against Kirigakure. But from a strategic standpoint, he needed to deal with Konoha, the strongest, to ensure the success of the Eye of the Moon plan. Unable to make a decision, Obito glanced subconsciously at Black Zetsu. Eventually, he made up his mind and said coldly, "Let's start with Kirigakure. It's isolated from the world, so our actions won't alert the other ninja villages. We also need a base outside of Akatsuki." Sure enough, Obito wanted revenge against Kirigakure. Black Zetsu nodded, showing no surprise. After all, Madara Uchiha had once controlled Kirigakure, but now they had to find a way to dispel Obito's suspicions. If Obito realized this was all a conspiracy, he might break away from their control. As Black Zetsu and Obito left Amigakure, Byakuya received a notification sound from the system. Obito Uchiha has joined Akatsuki. You have gained the 3 Tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Bloodline, Fire Release Basics, and Uchiha Shuriken Jutsu. Chapter 97, Hardworking Nagato. Uchiha Obito has joined the Akatsuki organization. You have gained 3 Tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Bloodline, Basic Fire Release, and Uchiha Throwing Techniques. After hearing the pleasant system notification sound, Byakuya retracted his gaze from outside the village. As expected of Obito, the benefits of having him join the Akatsuki organization were considerable. Although he didn't manage to obtain a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, gaining the 3 Tomo Sharingan and Uchiha Bloodline was still quite good. After receiving the system rewards, Byakuya took out the short sword he carried with him. Through the reflection in the mirror, Byakuya saw his own pair of blood-red 3 Tomo Sharingan, emitting an eerie and ominous aura. So, this is the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Starting today, he was also a member of the Uchiha clan. His body now harbored the bloodlines of both Uzumaki and Uchiha. He wondered if these bloodlines could be upgraded and integrated. After all, they both originated from the Sage of 6 Paths. However, compared to the Uzumaki bloodline, the Uchiha bloodline didn't add much chakra. So far, his chakra level was on par with Nagato's, far from reaching the level of a tailed beast, still somewhat weak. Wasting no time, Byakuya began familiarizing himself with the Sharingan. The Sharingan came with 2 innate abilities, enhanced dynamic vision and increased Jinjutsu potency. The Jinjutsu enhancement wasn't very useful to him since he wasn't skilled in using Jinjutsu and had a high resistance to it. But the advantage of dynamic vision was significant, making up for his shortcomings in Taijutsu. After all, he could dominate Chunin and Jinin in combat techniques, but was somewhat lacking against elite Jonin and Kage-level opponents, always relying on sheer strength to achieve miracles. As for the special secret techniques of the 3 Tomo Sharingan, Byakuya hadn't mastered them yet. He would need to find a Uchiha Jonin to ask, or recruit new Uchiha members. After all, there were many rewards to be gained from the Uchiha. After executing a few sword techniques and landing smoothly using Uchiha-style body techniques, Byakuya nodded in satisfaction. In the following time, Byakuya began practicing the basics of fire release, which included several fire release techniques that the Uchiha excelled at. Although the level wasn't high, the destructive power was considerable, though the accuracy was somewhat lacking. However, unlike other ninjutsu, once a fire release hit, the outcome was almost decided. After spending a few hours familiarizing himself with his new abilities, Byakuya left the Akatsuki base, sensing the chakra around him, and prepared to seek out Nagato. The Mangekyo Sharingan Obito had given him a large amount of rewards. Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan, couldn't afford to be idle. He had to train diligently and improve his strength to provide significant feedback to himself. There was no way he could just laze around. Byakuya found Nagato at a construction site, working with Earth Release ninjas on a water management project. The land of rain experienced constant rainfall, leading to frequent floods and soil erosion. During the early years of Hanzo's rule, he managed these water issues with the help of his ninja subordinates, but in his later years, he neglected these responsibilities. However, this was typical of most ninja villages. Ninja villages essentially functioned as mercenary groups for their respective countries, performing missions only when there were commissions and compensation. They were responsible primarily for the villagers within the ninja village itself. Intervening too much in external matters not only lacked financial rewards but also risked backlash from nobles and daimyos. Although the Akatsuki was nominally chosen by Hanzo as his successor, in reality, they did not follow the orders of the daimyo. The daimyo of the Land of Rain had been subdued during Hanzo's era and had become a mere figurehead. Thus, after the Akatsuki took over the Rain Village's mess, they were free to reform the Land of Rain. In a few months, they managed to repair many of the roads within the country, allowing ordinary people to travel smoothly within the Land of Rain. Despite being involved in the development of the Rain Village, Nagato remained a core high-ranking member of the village. Seeing Nagato using Bansho Tenin to move bricks and Shinra Tensei to block water flow, Byakuya found it somewhat surreal, as these were abilities meant to make the world experience pain. Upon seeing Byakuya, Nagato first directed the Rain Ninjas to continue working, then walked over and said, "Byakuya, I heard you had a fight with Yahiko. What were you arguing about this time?" "Just the usual ideological differences, the same old stuff," Byakuya replied, then continued in a slightly melancholic tone, "But Nagato, don't you think using the Sage of Six Paths Rinnegan for this is a huge waste?" Nagato shook his head, then said with a peculiar expression, "Isn't this what you suggested? You said it would help me train my control, and you didn't even pay me." Byakuya's face darkened. He did recall fooling Nagato about this in the past. Nagato then chuckled softly and said, "But I find this life quite good. I can help ordinary people and gain their recognition. I believe the Sage of Six Paths must have thought the same back then, which is why I obtained the Rinnegan." Seeing the positivity in Nagato, Byakuya felt a bit dark-hearted. After pondering for a moment, Byakuya continued, "What I mean is, your efficiency is too low. If you could create puppets and control them from behind the scenes, wouldn't you be able to help more people? Moreover, in the books Hanzo left behind, there's a technique called the Rain Tiger Owl technique. It can manipulate the weather, allowing you to control sunny and rainy days freely, and sense enemies within a barrier. Don't you think you should consider it?" Nagato paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. His thinking was indeed not as active as Byakuya's, lacking so many ideas. However, if he could truly implement Byakuya's suggestions, it would indeed help more people. "But, Byakuya, are you sure this is about developing Amigakure and not just enhancing its combat power? Having me control puppets with the Rinnegan and the Rain Tiger Owl technique can certainly improve killing efficiency and prevent enemy ninja from invading the village. These seem like military applications." Nagato rubbed his chin. Noticing Nagato's thoughts, Byakuya frowned. "I'm talking about jutsu related to civilian life, so don't overthink it. Without me, could Amigakure have developed this quickly?" "That's true," Nagato conceded. Nagato never doubted Byakuya's abilities but was wary of his ambitions. With Amigakure's current capabilities, it was more than capable of self-defense. They could even reduce some military forces to focus on economic development. However, Byakuya's plans clearly seemed to be heading towards starting a new ninja world war. Moreover, although Byakuya verbally dismissed concerns about the land of whirlpools, who could truly know what Byakuya was cooking right now? At this moment, Nagato suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, last time when Conan and I were helping at the orphanage, someone was spying on us. Was that one of your subordinates?" "Someone spying on Nagato? It must be Black Zetsu." After pondering for a moment, Byakuya shook his head slightly. "I don't have such subordinates. But if someone is secretly watching you and Conan, they are trying to challenge the Akatsuki. I will find out who they are." Chapter 98, Diva Path Hanzo. Hearing this, Nagato nodded slightly, "Then I can rest assured." Nagato was well aware that once Byakuya focused on this matter, the ones to suffer wouldn't be the Akatsuki, but rather the ninjas targeting them. Even the once top of the ninja world Hanzo of the Salamander had been defeated by Byakuya. However, Nagato still felt a bit troubled by Byakuya's proposal to use the Rinnegan to create puppets. The Rinnegan could indeed control puppets remotely through black rods, but the effectiveness was lacking. Besides, Amigakure lacked the secret techniques and materials for making puppets. Noticing Nagato's hesitation, Byakuya said, "Nagato-senpai, I've already prepared the puppet materials for you. You just need to come with me to the base." Nagato didn't refuse. He glanced at the distant construction site and said, "Okay, give me a moment to give some instructions, and then we can head out." Byakuya nodded, watching as Nagato communicated with the Rain Ninjas, feeling a sense of satisfaction as if his big dumb kid was finally growing up. Though Byakuya's physical age was younger than Nagato and the others, he always regarded them as younger brothers. It didn't take long for Nagato to rejoin him, and the two of them headed towards the base, eventually arriving at a laboratory. Upon entering the lab, Nagato immediately noticed the puppets placed on the floor and frowned. "Byakuya, these are human puppets, aren't they?" Although he wasn't an expert in puppet techniques, he knew that these puppets weren't ordinary ones. They were taboo human puppets among puppet masters. Unlike ordinary puppets, human puppets were made from the corpses of ninjas and could use the abilities the deceased had in life, making them nearly perfect puppets. Using such a method to enhance strength was something Nagato couldn't accept. Byakuya nodded and led Nagato to the human puppets, explaining, "Only human puppets can fully utilize the Rinnegan's abilities. Don't worry about the strength of these corpses. After all, they were all purchased from the black market and were powerful individuals in life, each with the strength of a jonin." Considering that Nagato was still relatively naive, Byakuya added, "Moreover, they were all rogue ninjas who committed numerous crimes in their lifetime, so you don't have to worry about any moral issues." Hearing that these human puppets were made from the bodies of rogue ninjas, Nagato felt a bit relieved. As an orphan who had grown up amidst the flames of war, he didn't have any particular psychological scruples about it. He was only concerned about whether using human puppets would affect the reputation of Amigakure. Seeing the expression on Nagato's face, Byakuya felt a bit sentimental. Nagato, who hadn't experienced the massacre event, was still naive, always caring about the minor impacts of such actions. The Nagato from the original timeline was different. The composition of the 6 paths of pain was quite complex. Besides Yahiko, who was turned into the Deva path, the rest were ninjas Jiraiya knew, making it hard not to suspect that Nagato had some peculiar tastes. However, that version of Nagato had also inherited Yahiko's original dream, to become the sole god of the new world and use absolute violence to intimidate the entire ninja world to maintain peace. But due to Jiraiya's 3 years of teaching, the malice in Yahiko and Nagato's hearts was sealed away, only to be unleashed after experiencing heart-wrenching pain. Compared to the Nagato from the original story, Byakuya considered the current one as pure as a lily. As Nagato circled around the human puppets, he noticed a familiar puppet. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Hanzo of the Salamander. Could the rumors in the village be true? Was Hanzo, who was supposedly imprisoned by Byakuya, already dead and made into a human puppet? At this moment, Byakuya walked over, introducing with enthusiasm, "Nagato-senpai, this is my masterpiece. I suggest you use it as your core puppet and call it the Deva Path." Nagato didn't respond immediately, but instead looked at Byakuya and asked, "Is Hanzo already dead?" Byakuya shook his head and then said, "Hanzo isn't dead, but he's no longer fit to appear in public. However, we still need his name to deal with those who don't recognize our authority." Nagato looked at Byakuya for a long time, sighing softly in his heart. Hanzo's corpse is right here, yet Byakuya insists he's not dead. However, he could understand Byakuya's reasoning. If Hanzo were still alive, he would undoubtedly pose a hidden threat to Amigakure. But they also needed Hanzo's influence to deal with current challenges. The only way to navigate this difficult period was to turn Hanzo into a human puppet. After all, in the eyes of most civilians in the Land of Rain, Hanzo was still the hero who led them in resisting the 5 great nations and kept the Land of Rain out of the vortex of war. With these thoughts in mind, Nagato silently picked up the Hanzo puppet and directly inserted the black rods into the corpse. These black rods acted as chakra receivers, allowing remote control of the puppets, substituting the outdated chakra threads. In a sense, Nagato was the foremost puppeteer in the ninja world, far surpassing the likes of Sasori and Chiyo in power. Having completed the Hanzo puppet, Nagato turned his attention to the other human puppets and busied himself in the laboratory. He still wasn't fully familiar with the Rinnegan's capabilities and needed to think carefully about how to allocate them. To use these puppets effectively and turn them into a fighting force would take considerable time. Several hours later, Nagato temporarily left the Akatsuki base, leaving the puppets in Byakuya's care. Although human puppets were powerful, maintaining them was the most troublesome aspect, with preservation alone being incredibly difficult, not to mention other issues. After Nagato left, Hanzo returned from the adjacent training base. He had originally intended to report the training situation to Byakuya, but upon seeing the puppet that looked exactly like him, his expression turned bleak. "Byakuya, what's the meaning of this puppet? It looks exactly like me." Byakuya glanced at Hanzo and replied, "This is Nagato-senpai's puppet. Although you've gone into hiding, your title as the demigod still holds some sway. At the very least, it can be used to intimidate others. And once it's revealed to be a puppet, it can lure some ambitious individuals into a trap." Hearing this, Hanzo snorted, "I've dealt with puppeteers before. Human puppets can use the abilities the person has in life. Can you fake my abilities?" "Of course not," Byakuya gently shook his head. "But isn't Hanzo-sensei here? When the opportunity arises, you can pretend to be your own puppet and go out." After a pause, Byakuya continued, "And how do you know my puppet isn't as good as you?" Hearing Byakuya's seemingly endless schemes, Hanzo fell silent. He had thought his defeat by Byakuya was due to bad luck and threats. But now it seemed he was quite fortunate. If he hadn't surrendered quickly, he wouldn't just lose his title as the demigod. Heck, he might not even have the chance to live out his days peacefully. Reflecting on this, Hanzo realized the depth of Byakuya's plans and his own good fortune in having aligned with him instead of resisting further. Chapter 99, Conversation with Hanzo. Regarding Byakuya's latter statement about himself being inferior to a human puppet, Hanzo still held strong objections. He was a demigod, after all. How could he be inferior to a puppet? Could an ordinary puppet use water body flicker? Could it release salamander poison? Well, it actually could. However, in high-level battles, puppetry was often seen as inadequate. The reason was simple: while puppet techniques were powerful in many respects, they had a fatal flaw: they required a puppeteer to control them. No matter how strong a puppeteer was, they could only control their puppets within a range of a few dozen meters. For a Kage-level opponent, this distance could be closed in an instant. If the puppeteer was taken out, the puppets, no matter how powerful, would be rendered useless. Reflecting on this, Hanzo began his critique, speaking from his experience as a veteran. "Byakuya, I think having Nagato use puppetry might be a waste of his talents. He possesses the Rinnegan, after all. The most powerful puppeteer is Chiyo from Sunigakure, and even she is no match for me." Hearing this, Byakuya glanced at Hanzo and responded calmly, "Hanzo-sensei, have you considered that the strongest puppeteer in the ninja world might not be Chiyo, but someone else? If you were to encounter this person, your chances of winning wouldn't be high either." Hanzo frowned and quickly asked, "If Chiyo isn't the strongest puppeteer, then who is?" Byakuya showed a mysterious smile. "Hanzo-sensei, think about how this current ninja war started. Aside from the accumulated tensions between the major villages, what was the initial trigger?" Hanzo thought for a moment and then said, "It was the disappearance of the third Kazekage, and Kumogakure took the opportunity to attack Sunigakure." Byakuya nodded. "Guess why the third Kazekage disappeared, and who killed him? And when he disappeared, why did Elder Chiyo's grandson also vanish?" "Elder Chiyo's grandson?" Hanzo was puzzled. He hadn't paid attention to a mere genin. At this point, Byakuya continued, "Chiyo's grandson, Sasori, is a genius puppeteer from Sunigakure. After his parents were killed by Konoha's White Fang, he created the mother and father puppets. It was he who killed the third Kazekage." "That's impossible. How could a young boy kill the Kazekage? Besides, the third Kazekage wielded magnet release, which is the natural counter to puppets." Hanzo quickly denied it. He couldn't believe Sasori had the strength to kill the third Kazekage. What if he used a sneak attack? If he arranged to meet the third Kazekage in secret without bringing his puppets, would the Kazekage refuse to meet a genius puppeteer from his own village? In such a scenario, a sudden attack would have a high chance of success. After listening to Byakuya's analysis, Hanzo fell into deep thought. This scenario did increase the chances of success significantly. However, the third Kazekage was known as the strongest Kazekage. Even if ambushed, he should have been able to react in time. If he seized the opportunity, Sasori wouldn't have stood a chance against him. Yet, the third Kazekage had indeed disappeared, and Sasori vanished along with him. If any other powerful ninja had killed the Kazekage, they wouldn't have concealed it. For the other 4 major villages, assassinating a Kage would be a testament to their strength. Think about it further. Under what circumstances would a puppeteer be able to counter magnet release and also be immune to your poisons? Byakuya continued to prompt Hanzo, a mocking expression playing on his face. Hanzo pondered for a long time. The weakness of a puppeteer lay in their physical body. As long as the chakra threads could be traced, the puppeteer's frail body could be targeted for a direct confrontation. To win in a direct battle, a puppeteer had only 2 options: either be personally stronger than the enemy or eliminate the inherent weaknesses of being a puppeteer. At this point, Hanzo had a faint idea and tentatively said, "Byakuya, are you suggesting that one could turn themselves into a human puppet, hiding their real body among the other puppets?" Byakuya nodded slightly. "Hanzo-sensei, your insight is sharp." Unfortunately, Elder Chiyo did not think of this back then, but her grandson did. That's how he was able to kill the strongest Kazekage, the third Kazekage, at such a young age. But seriously, just the thought of such a monster existing in the ninja world keeps me up at night, always on edge. You're one of those monsters too. Hanzo thought to himself, but Byakuya's idea indeed made him feel a chill. Back when Sunagakure and Amagakure clashed over a decade ago, he used salamander poison to defeat the Sunagakure forces, forcing them to retreat from the Land of Rain. Chiyo's puppet brigade left a lasting impression on him. If puppeteers were immune to poison, he would have paid a much steeper price. If Chiyo had turned herself into a human puppet back then, his chances of victory would have been slim. He would have had to rely solely on his masterful swordsmanship and taijutsu to dismantle the puppets. At this moment, Hanzo suddenly thought of something and asked, "Byakuya, where did you get this information?" Byakuya frowned slightly. "Hanzo-sensei, don't underestimate my intelligence network and analytical skills. This is the information network of the Uzumaki clan? Even after their destruction, they still have such resources." Hanzo sighed with admiration, seeming to have found his answer. He, as an ordinary person, even if he had the fortune to become a semi-deity in the ninja world, lacked the deep-rooted heritage of clans like the Senju and Uzumaki, which spanned centuries. His era only spanned a little over a decade, whereas these bloodline clans had endured for hundreds of years, producing formidable individuals every few decades that caught people's attention. Since Hanzo was speculating on his own, Byakuya didn't bother explaining further, as everything could simply be attributed to the long-extinct Uzumaki clan. Given the richness of his bloodline, even if an ancestor of the Uzumaki were resurrected, he would still be a direct descendant of the Uzumaki clan, and no one would doubt his identity. At this moment, Hanzo seemed to recall something and said seriously, "Byakuya, earlier you mentioned that Sasori killed the third Kazekage. So, Sasori should still be wandering the ninja world now. Are you thinking?" Byakuya nodded. "Yes, I do have the idea of recruiting Sasori. The Akatsuki currently has many members, but we still lack true elites. We need the addition of this fresh blood." Hearing this, Hanzo thought to himself, "Still not enough. There are already several Kage-level strong warriors. Apart from the shortage in numbers of ninja and territorial area, the strength of Amagakure now far exceeds that of Sunagakure, ranking among the top 5 ninja villages." However, Byakuya shook his head, speaking earnestly. "Not enough yet. We need at least the strength to overwhelm the 5 major ninja villages. We are still far from that. However, Aside from recruiting Sasori, Byakuya also intended to gather more powerful ninjas. After all, their strength would ultimately strengthen Byakuya himself. Chapter 100, The Possibility of Forming the Akatsuki. Hanzo couldn't understand Byakuya and had no idea where Byakuya's sense of crisis came from in the first place. During his rule over Amigakure, having a qualified elite Jonin successor was already a luxury. Now, the Akatsuki not only possesses several Kage-level combatants but its leader, Byakuya, seems intent on recruiting more subordinates, including notorious figures like Sasori of the Red Sand. But it's best for this old man, abandoned by his time, to keep his mouth shut. Though he had concealed his identity and stayed at the Akatsuki base for these days, he learned about the current situation in Amigakure through interactions with Akatsuki members. During his imprisonment, not only did Amigakure not fall into chaos, but it even developed remarkably well. The Jonin and nobles who usually acted timidly in front of him now all obey the orders of the Amigakure leader, and the entire village exuded an atmosphere of prosperity and vitality. This was something he, in his past, could never achieve no matter what. Hearing this news, he didn't deny that he was already old, and the thought of resisting had faded away. Byakuya glanced at Hanzo, fully aware of Hanzo's subtle thoughts and secretly disdainful of this demigod's limited perspective. In the future Akatsuki, there were already 10 ninjas capable of capturing Jinchuriki alone. With such combat power gathered together, even a major village like Konoha could be conquered through sheer force, but due to various reasons, the Akatsuki's combat power could not be consolidated. Thinking about it, it was odd for a group of ruthless rogue ninjas to come together with cohesion. However, in Byakuya's view, the greatest role of the future Akatsuki organization wasn't capturing the tailed beasts, but the intelligence and knowledge within their minds. He must find a way to make them serve the organization. Recalling memories from his previous life, Byakuya pondered who would be suitable for recruitment. Currently, amid the Ninja World War, there weren't many rogues daring to wander around the ninja world. Byakuya could think of even fewer names. After careful consideration, there were only 3 people suitable for recruitment. First was Sasori of the Red Sand, who assassinated the 3rd Kazekage and was currently one of the strongest puppet masters. Second was Kakuzu, who turned to a belief in money after failing to assassinate the 1st Hokage, now a renowned bounty hunter. The last person was Orochimaru, a Leaf Village rogue. Although a contemporary of the Sannin, he was not favored by the 3rd Hokage and later defected due to his research into forbidden techniques. Among these 3, Sasori of the Red Sand and Orochimaru were difficult to locate. Both Sasori and Orochimaru were research-oriented ninjas who spent most of their time hidden away in corners of the ninja world conducting experiments, aside from occasional ventures for materials. Only Kakuzu's whereabouts were easily confirmable. Kakuzu was a well-known bounty hunter in the ninja world. By patiently monitoring various black markets across countries, one could easily find Kakuzu's whereabouts. After spending several days, Byakuya obtained information about Kakuzu from his subordinates. Kakuzu was currently active within the borders of the Land of Fire, seemingly aiming to collect more bounties while Kirigakure and Konohagakure were still in a state of war. Kirigakure, having lost the 3 tails and 7 of the missed blades, no longer had the strength to continue fighting. After learning this information, Byakuya decided to immediately head to the Land of Fire to track down Kakuzu's whereabouts. While there, he planned to assess the situation within the Land of Fire and see if he could stir up some trouble, such as sowing discord between the daimyo and Konohagakure. Before leaving, Byakuya visited Amigakure Tower to inform Yahiko that he would be away. Upon returning to the base, he briefly briefed Akane. After the Akatsuki took control of Amigakure, Akane had been tasked with managing logistics for the Akatsuki organization. Byakuya didn't want such talent wasting away at home. Once these matters were settled, Byakuya headed to the Akatsuki's underground base and departed from Amigakure with Hanzo. Hanzo, with his deep cunning and considerable strength, could pose a threat if he decided to act against Yahiko and the others while Byakuya was away, potentially exposing the fact that Hanzo was still alive. During the journey to the Land of Fire, Hanzo, dressed in a fire-cloud robe and an animal mask, frowned and said, "Byakuya, I'm already quite old. I really don't want to leave Amigakure at this time. And if my identity were to be exposed, wouldn't that cause trouble for the Akatsuki?" Byakuya looked at Hanzo and said frankly, "Don't worry too much, Hanzo-sensei. I'm bringing you out because I'm concerned that once I leave, you might re-establish contact with your former subordinates in Amigakure." Faced with Byakuya's straightforwardness, Hanzo's expression turned peculiar. "With how well you've governed Amigakure, why would I want to restore it? Wait for you to come back and then fight again?" Byakuya shook his head gently and replied, "I trust you, Hanzo-sensei. After all, you're my teacher. But I don't trust your subordinates and those corrupt elements within the Land of Rain. They will surely try to bring you back to oppose Yahiko's reforms." Hanzo fell into silence, knowing that Byakuya was speaking the truth. Due to the trickle-down effect, the Land of Rain and Amigakure had become significantly corrupt compared to a dozen years ago, and although the Akatsuki's reforms were beneficial to the Land of Rain, they had offended a minority. These people would definitely be unwilling and would surely cause trouble. Seeing Hanzo fall silent, Byakuya spoke earnestly, "Hanzo-sensei, I'm actually glad Danzo has manipulated our relationship. Otherwise, if you had truly accepted the Akatsuki, we wouldn't be able to kill so easily. I've always disliked the back-and-forth arguments in meetings. It's much easier to deal with pests." Hanzo was seeing Byakuya this seriously for the first time, and that decisive look reminded him of his past self. But now, he seemed somewhat afraid of that intensity in Byakuya's eyes, his own resolve wavering. Yet with wavering resolve came hesitation in action, and a blade in uncertain hands could no longer slay formidable foes. 15 years ago, he would have preferred to die in battle rather than surrender. Even if Byakuya had threatened him, he would have chosen to kill Salamander, Abuse, to continue the fight. Seeing Hanzo lost in thought about the past, Byakuya half-jokingly, half-seriously remarked, "Actually, I could just release you now, Hanzo-sensei. You could round up the remnants of the Land of Rain organizations in one fell swoop." Hanzo wasn't sure if Byakuya was joking, but he explained nonetheless, "I have no intention of leaving the Akatsuki. Don't test me further. Besides, Abuse is in your hands now. At most, I can only use 70% of my strength. Just let me retire peacefully. Have you seen through me, Hanzo-sensei? My acting skills must be terribly clumsy." Byakuya scratched his head, his expression returning to a harmless look. He stood up from the roadside stone and continued on the journey with Hanzo. Chapter 101, Kakuzu and Uchiha Free. After leaving the Land of Rain and entering the Land of Fire, the weather became noticeably clearer. Basking in the warm sunlight, Byakuya couldn't help but reflect on how much more suitable the Land of Fire was for human habitation compared to the Land of Rain. It was not only better for farming, but the air lacked that damp, moldy smell. With such rich natural conditions, it was no wonder that Konoha always managed to fight 3 against 1 in every ninja world war. Konoha might be weak at times, but its land and population allowed it to lose many times and still slowly recover during peaceful periods through commerce. In contrast, the other major ninja villages all had significant geographical disadvantages. Their only noteworthy advantage was being easy to defend and hard to attack. As for the small country's ninja villages, they had even more fatal flaws. The Land of Rain was a battleground in all 4 wars, with a climate unsuitable for production. The Land of Grass was a prison, the Land of Iron was the samurai country, and the lands of rivers and hot water were mere buffer zones, half subservient to Konoha. When Hashirama Senju unified the Land of Fire, he almost occupied the most fertile areas of the ninja world, leaving behind regions with high governance costs. Byakuya suspected that the reason Hashirama didn't conquer the entire ninja world was not just to avoid retaliation from the other 4 great ninja villages and to maintain a balance of power, but also due to the unique nature of the ninja profession. Ninjas were essentially mercenaries, and ninja villages were mercenary organizations. While some low-level commissions could sustain the livelihood of genin, they were insufficient for chunin and jonin. If peace were truly maintained, how would ninjas earn a living? Would they rely on the stipends from the daimyo? Suppressing his thoughts, Byakuya continued on his journey, visiting towns and villages along the way as a traveler, inquiring about the lives of ordinary people in the ninja world. Witnessing this, Hanzo fell into deep confusion. Byakuya's outings were not to recruit new members, so why was he conversing with these commoners? Although commoners were the patrons of ninjas, and ninjas relied on these commissions for their livelihood, ninjas and commoners were fundamentally two different classes. Even a ninja who had yet to graduate from the academy could single-handedly take on several adults. A qualified chunin could easily kill dozens of commoners. The disparity in strength was almost in another dimension. Only samurai using chakra could pose a threat to ninjas. Byakuya couldn't be bothered to explain his intentions to Hanzo. After asking a few questions of the villagers, he continued on his way to the black market. The conversations with the villagers were fruitful, but not significantly so. Although the ninja world had nobles and daimyo as nominal rulers, the existence of chakra meant that the productivity of the ninja world's lower classes was consistently good. Moreover, the vast strength disparity between ninjas and commoners made it very difficult to use commoners against ninja villages and daimyos. It might only be possible if chakra training techniques were popularized, turning everyone into a ninja. However, under the current circumstances, this was impossible. Though ninjas seemed common, they were actually extremely rare. Perhaps only 1 in 100 people could become a ninja. Most people with the potential to become ninjas lived around ninja villages. Frankly speaking, the time when ordinary people in the ninja world were most powerful was when they were turned into white zetsu under the infinite Tsukuyomi. Unless there was a special method to forcibly enhance people's strength, Byakuya concluded that the curse mark might be the only option. However, the success rate of the curse mark was not much higher than that of would-release experiments, with a very high mortality rate. From the western part of the Land of Fire, Byakuya dawdled all the way to the eastern part. It took him half a month to track down Kakuzu's exact whereabouts, but even then, he was a step too late. Kakuzu was not in the black market. Byakuya directly asked the black market boss, "Where did Kakuzu go?" The black market boss hesitated, reluctant to reveal Kakuzu's whereabouts, as Kakuzu's reputation in the major black markets was too well known. However, after Hanzo lifted him by his collar, the boss obediently replied, 2 hours ago, Lord Kakuzu accepted a commission and left. Byakuya frowned, impatiently asking, what commission did Kakuzu accept? The black market boss quickly produced the bounty list and handed it to Byakuya. Flipping through it casually, Byakuya saw that the first few pages listed Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju, with bounties starting at 10 million. Some pages had been torn out, likely by Kakuzu. After inquiring about the remaining targets from the black market boss, Byakuya and Hanzo left, heading in the direction indicated by the boss. Watching their departing backs, the black market boss sighed in relief but began to worry for Kakuzu. He wondered if these two ninjas were seeking revenge against Kakuzu. Though Kakuzu was notorious in the ninja world, he had a good reputation in the black market. Besides the targets on the bounty list, he rarely killed innocents. Crucially, every time Kakuzu completed a mission, the black market could take a cut. Losing Kakuzu would mean losing a significant source of income. After half an hour of traveling through the forest, Byakuya suddenly stopped. He sensed several powerful chakras ahead, at least Jonin level in strength. Among them was an extremely mixed chakra, which was undoubtedly Kakuzu. Only Kakuzu could possess such a complex chakra, given that he was a ninja with 5 lives, his strength infinitely close to Kage level. Signaling Hanzo to stop, Byakuya and Hanzo suppressed their chakra presence and crept forward. Soon, they saw 2 groups of ninjas in a standoff. More accurately, it was the bounty hunter Kakuzu facing a group of Uchiha ninjas with fan-pattern uniforms and glowing red eyes. Among these Uchiha, some had 1 tomo, some had 2, and there were even those with 3 tomo Sharingan. Kakuzu and the Uchiha in a fight, this should be interesting. Seeing this, Hanzo became intrigued. After following Byakuya for so many days, he finally got to witness a ninja battle instead of boring investigations. Byakuya also became interested. There was a saying in the ninja world, in one-on-one combat, the Uchiha are invincible. However, Kakuzu, with his 5 lives, was equivalent to 5 Jonin. Byakuya wondered if this group of Uchiha could stand up to Kakuzu. Perhaps Kakuzu might even gain an Uchiha heart. At that moment, Byakuya noticed a short-statured Uchiha among the crowd, who had activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan. It's rare for an Uchiha that age to awaken the 3-Tomo Sharingan, and almost every one of them was a well-known ninja. At this point in time, besides Obito, there was only one other person. Thinking of this, Byakuya turned to Hanzo and said, "Hanzo-senpai, which side do you think has a higher chance of winning? How about we make a bet?" Hanzo, always up for a challenge, smirked and responded, "Okay, I'll take you up on that. Who do you think will win?" Byakuya glanced at the Uchiha group, then at Kakuzu, and said, "I'll bet on Kakuzu. His experience and multiple lives give him a significant advantage." Hanzo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Fair enough. I'll bet on the Uchiha then. They might surprise us with their Sharingan abilities." With their bets placed, Byakuya and Hanzo settled in to watch the unfolding battle, both eager to see how the fight would progress and who would come out on top. Chapter 102, The Origin of the Title Demigod. Hanzo didn't like betting, especially with Byakuya. From his experience, no matter whom he bet on, unexpected events always seemed to unfold in Byakuya's favor. Even if he wins, there were few benefits. Heck, he might even be outsmarted by Byakuya. I mean, if he had the capacity to even race Byakuya, he wouldn't have become Byakuya's bitch. Thinking of this, Hanzo smiled at Byakuya. "Byakuya, I trust your judgment. So, I'll bet on you to win." Hearing this, Byakuya immediately lost interest in the bet. When did this old man become so shrewd? Had Hanzo regained his intellect after stepping down from the position of demigod? While Byakuya and Hanzo quietly observed, the atmosphere between Kakuzu and the Uchiha ninjas grew increasingly tense. They eyed each other warily, ready to strike at any moment. For Kakuzu, the Sharingan wasn't as valuable as the Byakugan, but the bounty for Uchiha was still substantial. If he could eliminate these Uchihas, he wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for years. The only problem was that he wasn't confident he could defeat this group. The Uchiha were not ordinary ninjas. It was because they had the advantage of their bloodline limit and were known for working in teams. If he couldn't quickly resolve the 2 Uchiha squads in front of him, prolonged combat might attract nearby Konoha ninjas, leading to a potential siege by Konoha forces. Therefore, Kakuzu hesitated, unsure whether to make a move. The Uchiha were also hesitant. Although they were notoriously arrogant, they still held genuine respect for true power. Kakuzu, despite being a rogue ninja, had been active since the Warring States period, surviving encounters with the god of Shinobi and making a formidable name for himself in the underground black market. Frankly, Kakuzu was among the strongest ninjas in the world. Perhaps only Fugaku, the Uchiha clan leader, could rival him. After a tense standoff, Kakuzu's greed for money overcame his caution. He quickly created distance and performed a series of hand seals, fire style, fire torrent. In an instant, Kakuzu spewed a torrent of flames from his mouth, engulfing the Uchiha in front of him. The massive fire surged like a tidal wave, the heat swiftly scorching the forest floor and turning the trees into charred husks, filling the air with the acrid smell of smoke. The Uchiha, having already dispersed, activated their Sharingan and glared fiercely at Kakuzu. Kakuzu using fire release, a technique the Uchiha prided themselves on, was an outright insult to their pride. Drawing their kunai and short swords, the Uchiha vanished from their positions and launched an attack on Kakuzu. Among them was Shisui Uchiha, leading the charge. He had hoped to avoid this conflict, believing that there was no need for the Uchiha and the rogue ninja Kakuzu to fight, perhaps because neither his clan nor he excelled at negotiations. Dodging Kakuzu's fireball, Shisui formed a single-handed seal, splitting into 2 clones to flank Kakuzu. After a feint, Shisui slashed at Kakuzu's arm with his short sword, feeling a brief sense of relief. For a ninja, losing an arm was almost worse than losing their life. Both hand seals and attacks typically required 2 hands. A ninja who lost an arm was usually unable to continue their career, and even someone as powerful as Kakuzu would lose a significant portion of their combat ability. However, just then, the severed arm flew back to Kakuzu's body, and the wound stitched itself up within seconds. Seeing this, Shisui's momentary relief turned to alarm. He cautiously retreated to his team. A ninja who had once fought the first Hokage was no ordinary opponent. The ability to heal such a wound so quickly explained why no one had managed to kill Kakuzu over the years. This was going to be a tough battle. Kakuzu also realized the gravity of the situation. Though he hadn't lost a heart yet, he could sense Shisui's formidable prowess. Shisui's reaction speed was extraordinary with the addition of the surrounding Uchiha who were constantly using Jinjutsu to disrupt him. Thanks to his Earth Grudge fear, Kakuzu could break free from Jinjutsu, but every time he dispelled one, another would follow, making it a relentless onslaught. Taking a deep breath, Kakuzu reached into his body, extracting 3 masks from his stitched-up torso. The upcoming battle was going to require his full effort. As Kakuzu and Shisui fought, Byakuya sat on a tree branch, observing as a spectator. Intervening in such an intense battle now would neither suit his style nor allow him to enjoy the thrilling spectacle. If only he had learned Waizetsu's video recording technique, he would have liked to document it. Hanzo seemed to share the enjoyment of being a spectator, attentively watching the fight between the Uchiha ninjas and Kakuzu, while also occasionally showing a thoughtful expression. At this moment, Kakuzu started pulling out his masks, preparing to unleash the 5 elements jutsu. With the support of Earth Grudge Fear and his 5 hearts, Kakuzu unleashed a torrent of ninjutsu without restraint. The destructive power was considerable, and the effects were dazzling, reducing the surrounding forest to a flat, charred wasteland. Seeing this scene, Byakuya felt a bit puzzled and asked Hanzo beside him, "I heard that the third Hokage is proficient in the 5 nature transformations. How does he compare to Kakuzu? Who is stronger?" "I don't know," Hanzo replied, sticking to his usual tactic of evading questions he didn't want to answer. Byakuya frowned. "Hanzo-senpai, you were once known as the demigod. Haven't you ever fought the third Hokage? How did you earn that title?" Hanzo frowned, sensing Byakuya might have some misconceptions. He began to explain. Village leaders were indeed the strongest ninjas in their villages, but they didn't go around challenging each other to duels. His experiences were rooted in the great ninja wars, not street brawls. His title of demigod came from his terrifying dominance on the battlefield. With his salamander partner, he could decimate enemy troops swiftly. Besides, boasting about one's opponents was a common tactic in the ninja world. Losing provided an excuse, while winning enhanced one's own reputation. Through mutual exaggeration, titles like demigod and the strongest Hokage emerged. After listening to Hanzo's explanation, Byakuya countered, "I think there are plenty of village leaders who engaged in duels. The second Mizukage and second Tsuchikage, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, and even the third Reikage, who recently had to face an entire army alone." Hanzo's expression shifted. Byakuya always seemed to poke holes in his statements. Those figures were monsters among ninjas. Ordinary ninjas got hurt when struck and died when killed. Byakuya didn't give Hanzo more time to explain. Seeing that both Kakuzu and the Uchiha had worn each other out, he leaped from the tree branch and headed towards the battlefield. It was time to clean up and reap the benefits. Chapter 103, Shisui's Defeat. In a clearing within the forest, after an intense battle, Kakuzu and the Uchiha group pulled back, panting heavily as they kept a close watch on each other's movements. Neither had ever faced such formidable opponents before, and both were hesitant to continue the fight. Continuing might cost them their lives, but leaving now would mean all the energy and chakra they had expended would be wasted. As they were locked in a standoff, a sudden sound drew their attention. An old ninja and a young ninja appeared before them, walking slowly to the center of the clearing, both wearing eerie smiles. "Damn it, another party is involved." Both Kakuzu and the Uchiha clan were alarmed, but their chakra reserves were too low to sustain high-intensity combat unless they chose to risk their lives. Struggling to their feet, Kakuzu and the Uchiha raised their kunai, deciding to take the initiative. Byakuya glanced at the Uchiha and then at Kakuzu in the distance before turning to Hanzo. "Sensei, you take care of Kakuzu. He should have about 3 lives left. Don't mess up." "Humph, I don't need you to remind me." Feeling underestimated, Hanzo snorted and walked towards Kakuzu. Even if Kakuzu was at his peak, he wouldn't be a match for Hanzo. Though Kakuzu couldn't die from injuries, Hanzo's scythe was not something to be underestimated. With Kakuzu left to Hanzo, Byakuya walked towards Shisui and the other Uchiha. The Uchiha, with their red eyes, stared intently at Byakuya. He looked young and harmless, quite easy to beat up. But sending a boy to fight them seemed to underestimate the Uchiha too much. One of the Uchiha captains, other than Shisui, did not waste any words and immediately activated his Sharingan Jinjutsu. Byakuya did not evade the Jinjutsu, choosing instead to face it head-on. Seeing Byakuya not avoiding his gaze but looking directly at him, the Uchiha captain smiled. Courageous enough to look into the eyes of an Uchiha, this kid had guts. Did his elders not teach him the terror of the Sharingan? It's time to show him the harsh reality of the ninja world and the sorrow of not having the Sharingan. However, the next moment, Byakuya continued walking towards the Uchiha, showing no signs of being affected by the Jinjutsu. Seeing this, the Uchiha captain's eyes widened before he cast the Sharingan Jinjutsu again, only to have it fail once more. Byakuya smoothly reached the Uchiha ninja's side and smiled. "Why aren't you using the Jinjutsu anymore? You can increase its intensity." "This is impossible. This is impossible." The Uchiha captain was shocked. He couldn't believe someone could ignore the Sharingan Jinjutsu. "Your perspective is too narrow. The Sharingan is not invincible." Byakuya paused and then continued, "The essence of Jinjutsu is to disrupt the 5 senses by influencing chakra. As long as my chakra is strong enough, you can't affect me." This was indeed the case. The Uchiha could use the Sharingan to beat up ordinary ninjas because ordinary ninjas had inferior chakra reserves, physical attributes, and Jinjutsu defenses compared to those with bloodline limits. When facing a truly strong opponent, the Sharingan's effectiveness diminishes. Of course, the Manjikyu Sharingan is an exception. At this moment, Shisui, who had been silent for a long time, also activated his Sharingan Jinjutsu. Sensing the chakra fluctuation, Byakuya noticed Shisui. Unlike with the other Uchiha, Byakuya did not dare to underestimate Shisui and chose to temporarily avoid direct confrontation. Ordinary Uchiha were just that, ordinary. Shisui, however, was anything but ordinary. Although Shisui had not used the Manjikyu Sharingan in battle, it was better to be cautious. It was also uncertain if he had awakened it at this point. After subduing the only 2 Jonin, Byakuya approached the rest of the Uchiha. Forming hand seals, he slammed his palms to the ground and shouted, summoning jutsu. As the smoke cleared, a giant salamander appeared. Byakuya stood on top of the salamander's head and commanded it to release toxic gas. He then channeled his chakra and used the adamantine sealing chains. The Uchiha tried to resist but failed each time. Their fire-style jutsu was drowned out by Byakuya's water-style jutsu. When they used taijutsu, Byakuya effortlessly evaded, even hiding explosive tags among his clones, catching them off guard. Even Shisui, after his slash was dodged by Byakuya's water body flicker technique, could only narrowly avoid the venomous chains of the adamantine sealing chains while watching his clan members get captured. After retreating several dozen meters, Shisui crouched on a treetop, both shocked and angry. He did not understand why Byakuya was attacking the Uchiha, but he recognized the salamander and the sealing techniques from Konoha. The salamander was Hanzo the salamander's summon. How could it be in the hands of a ninja using Konoha's sealing techniques? Could it be that encountering the bounty hunter Kakuzu wasn't a coincidence but part of an organized, planned conspiracy? Was the village working with outsiders to target the Uchiha? Shisui wasn't brave enough to delve further into these thoughts, nor did he have the time. Apart from himself, all the other clan members who acted with him had been captured. Even his situation was precarious. He had to choose between fleeing or fighting desperately. After a moment of contemplation, Shisui chose the latter option. He couldn't abandon his clan members and flee alone, even though the odds were not in his favor. While Shisui was deep in thought, Byakuya, using a mayfly technique, appeared beside him and said impassively, "Stop struggling. You've been poisoned too. You won't get far. If I really wanted to kill you all, I wouldn't have summoned the salamander." Upon hearing Byakuya confirm the identity of the salamander, Shisui was shaken and momentarily let his guard down. Byakuya seized this opportunity, pulling out a black rod and stabbing it into Shisui, then using a sealing technique to restrict his movements. With his actions restricted, Shisui completely lost the ability to resist and was taken back to the clearing in the forest. After tying Shisui with some vines, Byakuya threw him among the other Uchiha. Seeing Shisui's capture, the remaining Uchiha ninjas lost hope of escaping and started cursing, "Damn it, even Shisui got captured. How can this brat be so strong? Where the hell did he come from?" Byakuya glanced at the cursing Uchiha ninja and said calmly, 50,000 ryo. The Uchiha ninja looked confused and asked angrily, "What 50,000 ryo? What are you talking about, kid?" 100,000 ryo. Feel free to keep cursing, Byakuya said leisurely. He didn't care about others' insults, as long as they paid. If necessary, he could even sell them to the black market. Seeing this, Shisui thought there might be a chance for a turnaround and inched forward a few steps. Chapter 104, Byakuya, the greedy bitch. Who exactly are you? The Uchiha shouldn't have any conflict with you, right? Judging by Byakuya's behavior, this young ninja, who seemed to be from the Amage Cure, didn't appear to have any intention of killing them. It might be because he was wary of their clan and village or for some other reason. Shisui wanted to understand why the boy attacked them. It couldn't be that there was really an inside job colluding with outsiders, right? Byakuya glanced at Shisui. The future wielder of the strongest Jinjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami, was now just a kid, likely concerned with balancing the interests of his clan and the village. And, author called him teenager, but I think at this point, he should be around 7 to 8 years old at most. Since Shisui asked, Byakuya pondered for a few seconds, then decided to speak truthfully. With a sincere expression, he said, "I indeed had no conflict with the Uchiha before, but now I do. You see, Kakuzu was my target, but you Uchiha interfered. Isn't that conflict enough?" Hearing this, Shisui was stunned. The other Uchiha members looked equally perplexed. After regaining his composure, Shisui quickly explained, "Sir, there must be some issue here. We didn't intend to engage with Kakuzu in the first place. He attacked us." "Is that so?" Byakuya appeared doubtful, staring at Shisui as he said, "It seems there is indeed a misunderstanding. I thought you were here to steal my prey. You should know that Kakuzu has been in the underground black market for many years, and he must carry a lot of money. Robbing him would quickly yield a significant amount of funds. My misjudgment was understandable. But how can you assure me that you weren't after Kakuzu's money?" "We really weren't after Kakuzu." Shisui's face was helpless and his lips twitching. While the Uchiha might not have many friends in Konoha, their clan's businesses were quite substantial. They didn't need to capture bounty hunters for money. Moreover, even if they needed money, who would target Kakuzu? He was a ruthless person who had even attempted to assassinate the first Hokage. Thinking of this, Shisui cautiously said, "Sir, the Uchiha don't lack money. And if this is just a misunderstanding, why not let us go? If you kill us, our clan will surely seek vengeance. Instead, why not form an alliance with the Uchiha?" Byakuya shook his head slightly. "Welp, what's done is done. Even if I release you now, you will still resent me. And I don't see any benefit in the Uchiha's friendship. The Uchiha are infamous with dark vibes. You couldn't even secure the Hokage position and still face constant exclusion." Hearing words like couldn't secure the Hokage position and constant exclusion, the Uchiha members, aside from Shisui, felt as if their wounds were being reopened. Their Sharingan, which had just been deactivated, was reactivated once again. Kid, one day, the Uchiha will produce a Hokage. That's the past, this is the present. Lord Fugaku is about to run for Hokage, and the fourth Hokage position is already in the bag for the Uchiha. Hearing these complaints, Byakuya glanced at Shisui and then said, "Do all Uchiha have such foul mouths? Aren't you worried about getting yourselves killed?" Shisui was at a loss for words. Indeed, his clan members' attitudes were rather rude. Although clan leader Fugaku was strong, he didn't seem to meet the standards for running for Hokage unless the Sannin and Minato Namikaze stepped aside and handed the position to the Uchiha. However, the most arrogant and foul-mouthed person here is you, Byakuya. Despite his thoughts, Shisui could see that Byakuya truly had no intent to kill. He was likely stalling for time, waiting for them to offer something in exchange for their release. "Sir, what price must we pay for you to release us?" Seeing Shisui initiate negotiations, Byakuya held up his fingers and said, 1 million ryo for a Jinin, 3 million for a Chunin, and 10 million for a Jonin. Pay up, and I'll release them immediately. Additionally, anyone who insulted me earlier has to pay an extra 50,000 for each insult. Hearing Byakuya's public pricing, the Uchiha members turned red with anger again. They were proud Uchiha, how could they pay ransom to a kid? And making it so cheap, did he look down on the Uchiha and the Sharingan? On the other hand, Shisui was calculating the ransom, 2 Jonin and 6 Chunin totaled 38 million ryo, plus the insults fee, bringing it to 40 million ryo. This amount wasn't extremely high, but the problem was they didn't have that much money on them. Who carries large sums of money while on a mission? The only valuable items they had were explosive tags and weapons. After some internal calculations, Shisui turned to the Uchiha members and said, "Tetsuka, my katana is worth a few million ryo. You all gather what you can and give it to him." "Shisui, are you really going to pay ransom? What about the Uchiha's honor if this gets out?" Shisui sighed, "Compared to money and honor, I think our comrades' lives are more important. If this drags on, we won't be able to participate in the frontline battle." Tetsuka hesitated, still struggling with the Uchiha's pride and dignity. At this moment, Byakuya walked over to them, squatted down, and said, "That's right. Money can't compare to life. I won't say anything about today, you can make up any reason you want. You seem to care about us a lot." Tetsuka didn't give Byakuya a friendly look. Byakuya nodded slightly, accepting the compliment without shame. "I do think I'm a good person. Since becoming a ninja, I've saved many and prevented numerous tragedies." Looking at the shameless Byakuya, Tetsuka turned his head away, choosing to seal himself off from the situation. Shisui slowly moved to his comrades, persuading each one to contribute their valuables. After gathering everything of value, they had about 30 million ryo, still 10 million short of Byakuya's demand. This meant that at least one of them would have to stay behind with Byakuya. Byakuya glanced at the pile of valuables, nodded, and gestured for the salamander to swallow everything. Then, he tossed an antidote to Shisui. Shisui took one pill himself to ensure its safety before distributing the rest to his comrades. After they had all taken the antidote, Byakuya said calmly, "Shisui will stay behind. The rest of the Uchiha can leave." "Why should Shisui stay?" Tetsuka frowned. Before Byakuya could respond, Shisui volunteered, "I will stay. You all must hurry to the front lines to support the village. As long as you gather enough money, I'll be fine." Hearing this, the Uchiha exchanged glances. The Uchiha never abandoned their own, but their weapons had been confiscated, and the chance of overpowering Byakuya was slim. It seemed their only option was to temporarily leave and seek support on the front lines. After a silent exchange of looks, Tetsuka and the others reluctantly departed. Now, in the vast clearing, only Byakuya and Shisui remained. Chapter 105, Kakuzu's Belief. Once the figures of Uchiha, including Tetsuka, had disappeared, Byakuya turned to Shisui and said, "Shisui Uchiha, they abandoned you. Not one of them volunteered to stay in your place. Is such a family worth your loyalty?" Shisui looked at Byakuya, who was trying to sow discord, and replied, I stayed of my own volition. Don't ruin the relationship I have with my clan. Once they gather the ransom, they will naturally come to redeem me. I think it's more likely they will bring a group of jonin to attack me. Byakuya shook his head and spoke of the most probable scenario. Shisui opened his mouth but didn't know how to refute. Given the clan's temperament, the likelihood of them coming to attack was indeed high, at least to reclaim the face lost to Byakuya. If you know this, why did you let us go? Shisui couldn't understand Byakuya. To him, Byakuya was an enigma, whether it was his identity or his intentions, everything was unclear. He even vaguely suspected that Byakuya had intentionally left him behind. Byakuya saw through Shisui's thoughts and directly revealed them, don't be so formal. Just call me Lord Byakuya. I came today for Kakuzu but didn't expect to encounter you as an unexpected surprise. Since capturing you is the same as capturing everyone, I might as well take you all and make some money. Lord Byakuya, you are indeed straightforward. Shisui could feel Byakuya was telling the truth, but his attitude was excessively disrespectful, completely disregarding the Uchiha clan. Thank you for the compliment. I mostly tell the truth. Shisui, sweating profusely, directly skipped over this topic and got straight to the point. Lord Byakuya, I wonder what about me caught your eye that made you take action. Your talent and strength. Byakuya paused briefly and then continued, my organization lacks talents like you, so the moment I saw you, I wanted to recruit you. Shisui's expression turned serious, and he shook his head, refusing, sorry, I am a ninja of Konoha. I have no intention of joining any other organization, now or in the future. Byakuya countered, you are a ninja of Konoha, but aren't you also a ninja of the Uchiha clan? I am a ninja of Konoha and also a ninja of the Uchiha clan. But I will never become your ninja. Shisui declared firmly, becoming more vigilant towards Byakuya. How did Byakuya know about the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village? Did the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village spread outside, known even to ninjas from other villages? Byakuya didn't trouble Shisui, instead chuckling as he said, I was just joking. Don't be too sensitive. I merely think that instead of being ostracized in Konoha, the Uchiha clan should consider living in a new environment. If you want to enjoy the benefits of staying in Konoha and also aspire to become Hokage, it will only bring immense pain. After all, ever since Madara Uchiha's defection, your clan has completely lost any chance of becoming Hokage. That's the fate of losers, eternally unable to rise again. Hearing these words, Shisui's face darkened. He could sense Byakuya's malice towards the village and the Uchiha clan. Where did this malice come from, and why was he using such venomous words to curse the Uchiha? Just as Shisui was about to retort, Hanzo arrived beside Byakuya, bringing Kakuzu along. After a battle lasting over 10 minutes, the injured Kakuzu was finally subdued by Hanzo. Now, he only had one heart left, with explosive tags plastered all over his body, preventing him from making any rash moves. Despite Kakuzu's strength, he was still slightly inferior to Hanzo, who possessed the power of a genuine Kage. At this moment, Kakuzu also noticed the captured Shisui and sighed inwardly. Not only was his prey snatched away, but he himself had become prey. Since when did the ninja world have ninjas who rendered him powerless, and why did two of them appear at once? However, after seeing the salamander beside Byakuya, Kakuzu narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed he had guessed Byakuya and Hanzo's identities. Hey, Uchiha kid over there, our luck is really bad. After expending most of our chakra, we were captured by a third party. But why is the renowned demigod also taking on bounty missions? Even though he had already guessed it, Shisui was still quite shocked to hear the exact identity of the masked ninja as Hanzo of the Salamander. After his identity was guessed, Hanzo fell silent. To outsiders, he was still the demigod. To Byakuya, he often mentioned the title of demigod, but in his heart, he no longer considered himself one. This title felt more like a joke. Being a demigod isn't easy these days since you still have to make some extra money. Byakuya took over the conversation, walking to Kakuzu's side, and continued, "Besides, I'm here specifically to find you, Kakuzu. What do you want from me? I only know how to kill and complete missions." Kakuzu didn't recognize Byakuya, but out of respect for Byakuya's strength, he responded. Even though he hadn't fought Byakuya, Kakuzu recognized that capturing Shisui indicated significant strength. From Kakuzu's perspective, Hanzo seemed to be training his successor by targeting a bounty hunter like him. Additionally, it was curious that a figure as prominent as the demigod left Amigakure without the 5 great shinobi countries noticing. "We value your killing skills, Kakuzu. And so, we intend to hire you to work for us." Byakuya clapped his hands, signaling the salamander to spit out the loot it had just acquired. Taking Shisui's katana in hand, Byakuya pushed the rest of the loot and weapons toward Kakuzu. "These items should demonstrate my sincerity. Additionally, there is the fee to buy your loyalty. Given the money involved, Kakuzu, I doubt you'll refuse this job." Kakuzu fell into deep thought, torn about what to do. Glancing at Hanzo in the distance and then at the loot in front of him, Kakuzu eventually nodded. "I can work for you, but let's be clear, if I don't get paid on time, I could betray you at any moment." "Well, duh." Byakuya nodded, then added, "But if you break the agreement, I'll find where you stash of money and destroy it all." Hearing this, Kakuzu's heart skipped a beat. Money was his faith, more important than life itself. His only joy in the shinobi world was making money, everything else was meaningless. With that, Byakuya took out a contract he carried and handed it to Kakuzu. Kakuzu carefully perused the contract, scrutinizing every detail before cautiously signing it. Now a member of the Akatsuki, Kakuzu looked over at Shisui and asked, "Boss, can I kill this Uchiha? His bounty in the black market is quite high." Chapter 106, Hanzo leading by example. Kakuzu joins Akatsuki. You have obtained following rewards. Earth release, Earth Spear. Wind release, Pressure Damage. Lightning release, False Darkness. Fire release, Searing Migraine. Water release, Water Formation Wall. Combination Jutsu, combining different jutsu to achieve an effect greater than the sum of its parts. While Byakuya heard Kakuzu's question, his mind was preoccupied with the system rewards. Recruiting Kakuzu had granted him a range of high-level A-rank ninjutsu, and even the secret combination jutsu, reminding him of the third Hokage's multi-element technique. Kakuzu was indeed a weakened version of the third Hokage, but the gap in their overall abilities was significant. Even with the immortal secret technique, Earth Grudge Fear, Kakuzu couldn't match the third Hokage. Earth Grudge Fear provided Kakuzu with a high baseline, but it also limited his potential. After receiving his rewards, Byakuya turned to Kakuzu and shook his head lightly. "I've made a verbal agreement with Shisui. Once the ransom is delivered, he'll be released." Hearing this, Kakuzu looked regretful. In the black market, Uchiha bounties, although not as high as those of the Hyuga, were still substantial. Many ninjas were interested in the Sharingan for research and transplantation. However, since Byakuya had already made an agreement with Shisui, Kakuzu had to accept it. As a longtime black market operator, he valued his reputation highly. Unless he could eliminate all witnesses without a trace, he wouldn't double-cross anyone. Shisui, hearing Byakuya's words, breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had resigned himself to dying in place of his clan, given the chance to live, who would willingly choose death? After a brief conversation, Byakuya led the group to continue their investigation within the Land of Fire. On one hand, he hoped to find potential recruits for Akatsuki. On the other hand, he aimed to turn Shisui into an ally, reshaping his beliefs to align with Akatsuki's goals and planting him as a sleeper agent within Konoha and the Uchiha clan. After a few days of investigation, Byakuya didn't find any significant results. However, both Kakuzu and Shisui found Byakuya increasingly mysterious. They couldn't discern whether he was conducting espionage in the Land of Fire or simply sightseeing. Conducting espionage in such a blatant manner seemed too bold. Byakuya never hid the fact that he was a ninja, and his flashy attire made him a walking target. He openly referenced Konoha and the Land of Fire, making him seem like a walking bounty, someone who looked like easy prey. The idea of him sightseeing was even more absurd. What kind of ninja goes on a vacation while recruiting S-rank rogue ninjas and kidnapping Uchiha prodigies? It seemed like he was intentionally provoking others. Hanzo, however, noticed something deeper. Byakuya's approach resembled Yahiko's strategy of trying to gain support from lower-tier ninjas within the Land of Fire, aiming to weaken Konoha's upper echelons. But unlike the Rain Country, the lower-tier ninjas in the Land of Fire lived relatively well. Even if they did form an anti-Konoha organization, they wouldn't necessarily follow Akatsuki's orders and might still view Amigakure as an enemy. Noticing the confusion among his companions, Byakuya glanced back at them before continuing to lead the way. As they passed a farm, Byakuya offered to help the farmer cultivate some land for 5,000 ryo. Initially skeptical, the farmer agreed after seeing the imposing figures of Kakuzu and Hanzo, realizing that if they could cultivate a field, it would be quite profitable this year. Kakuzu didn't understand why Byakuya wanted to undertake such a menial task, but for the sake of the additional pay, he started clearing the field of weeds and rocks with his ninjutsu. Seeing Hanzo, wearing his mask, personally working the land, Kakuzu asked, "Hanzo-sama, aren't you spoiling Byakuya too much? It looks like you're his subordinate now." In Kakuzu's eyes, Byakuya was Hanzo's disciple, and this outing was to train him. But it didn't make sense for the disciple to relax while the teacher did all the work. This wasn't just about protecting the disciple, it was outright pampering, like a doting grandparent. What Kakuzu didn't know was that Hanzo had no choice. He would have preferred to stay in Amigakure, occasionally enjoying the shocked expressions of the Umbu trainees, and then leaving in a dignified manner under everyone's gaze. He was forced to venture out and do the hard labor by Byakuya. However, in front of Kakuzu, Hanzo maintained his demigod demeanor. While using water release to clear the rocks, he said with a meaningful tone, "I am leading by example, educating my disciple through my actions. If I slack off now, how can I expect him to work in the future?" Kakuzu was still somewhat skeptical, but Hanzo's determined gaze convinced him to trust the explanation. The experiences of the past few days had made Kakuzu more wary of the rumors circulating in the black market. The rumors suggested that Hanzo had secluded himself in Amigakure, possibly having met some misfortune. However, reality showed that the demigod not only ventured out but also brought his disciple, and was still as formidable as ever. Seeing Kakuzu no longer pressing the issue, Hanzo felt relieved. He couldn't afford to lose face in front of Kakuzu, though he wondered if Kakuzu's reputed exploits were exaggerated. Despite being labeled a watered-down demigod by Byakuya, Hanzo questioned whether Kakuzu could indeed have survived an encounter with the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Meanwhile, Byakuya supervised Shisui's labor while practicing new jutsu. Through their combined efforts, they managed to finish cultivating their designated area. By sunset, they could complete their task. Sitting on the grass, Shisui panted lightly and glanced at Byakuya beside him. After spending a few days together, Shisui realized that Byakuya wasn't a ruthless ninja, but he was puzzled by Byakuya's persistent attempts to recruit him into Amigakure. Byakuya frequently brought up Konoha's discrimination against the Uchiha and even criticized the Will of Fire. Initially, Shisui tried to argue back, but he quickly gave up, indifferent to Byakuya's words, as his belief in the Will of Fire remained unwavering. Shisui thought that the clan members who faced discrimination were too arrogant and unfriendly. He believed that with enough effort, the village would eventually see an Uchiha Hokage. Just then, Byakuya approached Shisui, offering a freshly grilled fish and asked casually, "Shisui, what's your dream?" "My dream?" Hearing this, Shisui fell into deep thought, unable to answer Byakuya immediately. Chapter 107, Shisui's Dream. Shisui pondered deeply, unsure of his dream. From a young age, he followed his father's orders, rigorously training his body and honing his ninjutsu skills. He graduated from the Ninja Academy shortly after enrolling, becoming a ninja. After experiencing numerous hardships and losing many comrades, he awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. Yet, he had never seriously considered what his dream was. When asked by his teachers, he would casually brush off the question. After a moment of reflection, Shisui earnestly replied, "My dream is probably to become Hokage." To become Hokage? Byakuya gazed at Shisui, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. He then asked, "Every Konoha ninja dreams of becoming Hokage. Why do you want to become Hokage? Is it to bring peace between your clan and the village, or just to trample others underfoot?" Shisui hesitated before responding, "Probably for peace. I want the clan and the village to coexist harmoniously, and I want peace in the ninja world." Hearing this, Byakuya's expression changed before he took a few deep breaths. An Uchiha aiming for Hokage was one thing, but one desiring to bring peace to the world was another, far more dangerous. Such an ambition could lead to extreme measures to achieve an impossible goal. Noticing Byakuya's exaggerated reaction, Shisui frowned, feeling somewhat annoyed. Is there something wrong with my dream? Isn't world peace a good thing? Of course, it's a good thing. Byakuya composed himself, then continued, but I advise you not to reach too high. Being Hokage isn't what you think it is. Even if you become Hokage, you won't achieve your dream. Moreover, when an Uchiha desires to become Hokage, it's a sign of impending doom. Why? Shisui didn't understand what Byakuya was implying, but Byakuya left him with a cryptic remark, "Time will reveal the answers. After you experience certain events, you will make your choice. Among the many choices, leaving Konoha is the best one." Before Shisui could react, Byakuya vanished. Reflecting on Byakuya's words, Shisui felt a sense of unease. He believed Byakuya knew something about the Uchiha's secrets but was deliberately withholding information. As Shisui tried to find Byakuya, he realized with a start that he had no idea how Byakuya had disappeared. After searching around, he also noted that Hanzo and Kakuzu were nowhere to be found. Just then, the sound of rustling leaves reached his ears. Over a dozen jonin appeared around Shisui, surveying the area. The lead jonin approached Shisui. They were Uchiha jonin, seeking Shisui and retaliating against the ninja who attacked him. The leader of the group was none other than Uchiha Fugaku, the strongest jonin of the Uchiha clan and a prominent figure among Konoha's younger generation. Approaching Shisui, Fugaku frowned and asked, "Where are those attackers?" At this moment, Shisui realized why Byakuya had left. He had sensed the arrival of his clan members, a perceptive ability that was indeed impressive. In response to Fugaku's question, Shisui shook his head slightly. "They left earlier." "They left earlier?" Fugaku's face darkened. He signaled his subordinates to search the area thoroughly. He couldn't believe that the attackers had left without leaving any traces. About 10 kilometers away, Byakuya, Hanzo, and Kakuzu walked along a narrow path. Seeing that Shisui was not following them, Hanzo curiously asked, "What happened to that Uchiha kid? Did he escape?" "Escape? Let me go and capture him." Kakuzu's eyes lit up. Byakuya shook his head. "I let him go on purpose since the Uchiha reinforcements have arrived. I don't want to engage in a direct confrontation with them right now." "Didn't you want to recruit the Uchiha? Did you fail?" Hanzo inquired. Byakuya glanced at Hanzo and replied, "It's impossible to recruit someone who has faith in the will of fire after just a few days of interaction. You give me too much credit. The will of fire was proposed by the first Hokage and perfected by the second Hokage. Without it, Konoha wouldn't be able to maintain its position as the top ninja village after 3 ninja wars. So, what's your plan?" Hanzo asked, intrigued by Byakuya's strategy. Byakuya responded calmly, "A ninja who still holds illusions about the village can't be recruited. But if you expose him to enough darkness, causing his faith to collapse, he might become a rogue ninja. It's a good plan, but the success rate is low." "Konoha won't dig its own grave." Hanzo shook his head. He had witnessed the strong faith of Konoha's ninjas firsthand. Even at his peak, he couldn't shake their resolve. He doubted Byakuya could succeed, and Konoha wouldn't turn against its own people. Byakuya chuckled, Then let's wait and see, Hanzo-sensei. My intuition has never been wrong. As long as we don't reveal our true strength, Konoha will inevitably fall into chaos. Hearing the conversation between the master and disciple, Kakuzu slowly stopped in his tracks, looking at Byakuya's back. He had the strange feeling that in this master-disciple relationship, Byakuya seemed to be the one in control, while Hanzo appeared to be in a weaker position. However, long ago, when his faith wasn't in money, back when the ninja villages were first being established, he had received a mission from his village to assassinate the first Hokage during a diplomatic mission. After painstakingly defeating a Wood clone of the first Hokage, he was spared by the Hokage himself. But when he returned to his village, he was met with punishment from the high-ups, who then turned around and made peace with Konoha, abandoning him. From then on, he never believed in ninja villages. After stealing the village's secret treasure, the Earth Grudge Fear, he began his life of accumulating wealth, becoming the most renowned killer on the black market, with his only belief being in money. Hearing that Shisui, like him, once believed in his village, Kakuzu became interested in Byakuya's plan. He couldn't wait to see Shisui fall and become his colleague. He wondered, once Shisui lost his belief in his village, what would he believe in? Would it be himself, or money? Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Kakuzu quickened his pace to catch up with Hanzo and Byakuya. Recently, his mind had been cluttered with annoying thoughts, like weeds. Instead of wasting time thinking about such things, it would be better to focus on how to complete his bounty missions. Chapter 108, Shisui Reflects. After spending over 10 minutes, the Uchiha squad still couldn't find any traces. With no other choice, they returned to Fugaku to report the situation. Hearing this, Fugaku's face became cloudy and uncertain. To rescue Shisui, he had searched the Land of Fire for 3 whole days. He had finally heard news of Shisui, but upon arriving at this place, the attackers had already left. Rescuing Shisui without engaging in a fight felt intentional, which left him with a sense of defeat and a hint of irritation. At this moment, a few Uchiha members brought a farm owner to Fugaku. Captain Fugaku, we have a witness here. Should we use Jinjutsu for interrogation? Fugaku glanced at the farm owner and, seeing he was just an ordinary person, shook his head. No need. The Uchiha don't trouble ordinary people. Instead of wasting time here, the front lines still need us. Yes, Captain Fugaku. The Uchiha ninja quickly nodded in agreement. On the way to the front lines, Fugaku found Shisui. As they sped through the forest, they discussed Shisui's experience after being abducted. Shisui, did you identify the attackers? Shisui hesitated a bit but then started to recount the past few days. Clan leader, that day I was with Tetsuka and the others confronting Kakuzu. In a mutually destructive situation, we encountered Hanzo of the Salamander and his disciple. When Shisui mentioned Kakuzu, Fugaku's expression didn't change much. He had already learned this information from others, which was why he brought elite jonin from the clan. Dealing with a strong enemy like Kakuzu required more elite forces. But when he heard Hanzo of the Salamander's name, Fugaku was visibly stunned. That name wasn't unfamiliar to him. He had grown up hearing the title of the demigod, but why would Hanzo suddenly leave Amigakure and attack the Uchiha in the eastern part of the Land of Fire? Could it be that Amigakure also intended to attack Konoha? Seeing Fugaku's troubled expression, Shisui quickly explained, Clan leader, Hanzo was traveling with his disciple Byakuya. Their target was Kakuzu, but they captured us in the process. Captured the Uchiha on a whim? Fugaku narrowed his eyes. This showed a blatant disregard for the Uchiha. However, Hanzo indeed had the strength to do so. The Uchiha had declined too rapidly in recent years. During the village's founding period, no one would even raise their eyes against an Uchiha. Now, not only were the Uchiha ostracized by other ninjas in the village, but even small villages like Amigakure looked down on them. Thinking of this, Fugaku continued to ask, Shisui, during the days you were taken, did they torture you, interrogate your ninjutsu, or try to take your Sharingan? Shisui gently shook his head. No, Byakuya did not torture or interrogate me. He just took me along for a few missions nearby. At this point, Shisui seemed to remember something and added, however, Byakuya noticed the conflict between the village and the clan and outright said that the Uchiha could never become Hokage. He even suggested that it would be better to defect early. The dream of becoming Hokage was an obsession for the Uchiha clan, but it was something that is impossible. Heck, even the higher-ups didn't dare to openly say that an Uchiha couldn't become Hokage. Byakuya's evaluation of the Uchiha made Fugaku's face darken with anger. A mere Amigakure ninja really seems to have courage to mock the Uchiha. When an Uchiha becomes Hokage, Amigakure will pay for this insult. Shisui remained silent, keeping Byakuya's attempt to recruit him hidden in his heart. After venting his anger, Fugaku's expression eased a bit as he consoled himself, but in the end, they didn't dare kill the Uchiha and even released you without harm. You're right, clan leader. Shisui responded perfunctorily, and the group continued towards the front lines. A few hours later, Fugaku, Shisui, and their team arrived at the forward camp on the eastern front. Unlike Konoha's camp in the Land of Grass, this camp was noticeably smaller. The reason was simple. Although Kirigakure and Konoha were at war, they hadn't engaged in large-scale battles. Instead, they skirmished along the long eastern coastline with small squads. In terms of both numbers and quality, Konoha's ninjas surpassed those of Kirigakure. With significant losses in their key forces, including the Three Tails and the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kirigakure had fallen behind. Now, they could only rely on their bloodline limit users to barely hold their ground against Konoha, leading to a high-level showdown primarily involving these elite ninjas. Upon entering the camp, Fugaku, as the clan leader, was called to the command center. Shisui followed the other clan members into the Uchiha tent, greeted them coolly, and sat in a corner to quietly reflect on the questions left by Byakuya. What exactly was his dream? After pondering for a long time, Shisui still did not have a concrete answer. The discussions of the clan members around Shisui reached his ears. Initially, they were talking about the battles on the front lines, but soon the conversation shifted to the topics of the police force and the Hokage. The topic of the police force revolved around how to handle troublesome villagers and how to demonstrate the authority of the Uchiha. The Hokage topic was even more heated. Although the election for the 4th Hokage had not yet begun, the clan members were already discussing how to suppress the families that oppressed the Uchiha and how to consolidate Uchiha's power once one of their own became Hokage. Hearing these discussions, Shisui felt a sense of confusion and alienation. He suddenly felt out of place among his clan members. In the mouths of these clan members, the higher-ups constantly ostracized the Uchiha, but before they had even become part of the village leadership, they were already thinking about how to retaliate against the current higher-ups. Furthermore, while serving in the police force, they often abused their power to bully ordinary people. These clan members were no different from the so-called evil higher-ups they criticized. The only difference was that the Uchiha could only bully ordinary people. However, as an Uchiha, Shisui still wanted to improve the relationship between the clan and the village leadership. At the very least, he wanted to prevent his clan members from being so hostile toward the higher-ups and from bullying ordinary ninjas. But how to achieve this? Shisui himself had no idea. Perhaps, as Byakuya had said, only time could provide an answer. At this moment, Shisui realized that he was not the only one in the corner of the tent. Besides himself, there was also a very young child. The child seemed not yet old enough to attend the ninja academy. Why was he on the front lines of the battlefield? With this in mind, Shisui turned to Uchiha Tetsuka beside him and asked, "Tetsuka, who is he?" Tetsuka glanced at the child in the corner and then said, "Shisui, you don't recognize Itachi? He's Captain Fugaku's son. He was brought to the Iwagakure battlefield a few days ago and now, it seems, has been brought to the Kirigakure front. But Itachi is indeed remarkable. A few days ago, he even killed an IWA ninja with his own hands." Chapter 109, Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. To kill an enemy at the age of 4 or 5. Shisui was incredibly surprised. Even though he was considered the clan's top genius, he didn't see blood until he graduated from the academy at 8 and completed his first mission. Tetsuka chuckled. Yes, Itachi didn't even flinch when he killed the enemy. Maybe that's what a real genius looks like, just like you. Shisui quickly dismissed the comparison. When he first saw blood, he had a strong sense of discomfort and it took him several days to adjust to his role as a ninja. However, he believed that Itachi must have felt something, perhaps confusion, just like he had. After noting Itachi's name, Shisui planned to find some time to talk to this young clan member. Maybe they could understand each other and become confidants. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi also seemed to notice Shisui and looked in his direction. The two exchanged glances and then looked away as if nothing had happened. Half an hour later, Fugaku returned to the Uchiha tent after attending a meeting in the command center. Under the gaze of the clan members, he slowly said, "We just received news from the front lines. The Kirigakure forces are retreating en masse from the Land of Fire. This war might end soon." "The war is ending?" The Uchiha ninjas were momentarily stunned before one said, "The war has only been going on for a few months, and we haven't even fully engaged. Why is it ending so suddenly?" "We didn't expect it either," Fugaku replied. "But according to Choza Akimichi, a member of Tobarama's guard platoon, it seems there's an issue with Kirigakure's three tails, leaving them with only one Jinchuriki. Combined with the recent disastrous defeat of the 7 ninja swordsmen and the arrival of the Yellow Flash, Kirigakure appears to be in chaos and unable to continue the war." After hearing Fugaku's explanation, some Uchiha felt happy while others were disappointed. The Uchiha cherished peace, but their battle-hardened blood made them crave war. Moreover, without earning significant merit on the battlefield, it would be incredibly difficult for the Uchiha to become Hokage. However, the sense of regret didn't last long as the Uchiha ninjas started a new round of discussions. Even without the Naka shrine, as long as there was a sufficiently large space, the Uchiha could gather and hold clan meetings. The topic this time remained centered on how to campaign for the position of Hokage. Initially, Shisui listened with interest, but he soon grew bored. The clan meeting was filled with the same complaints repeated over and over, with no productive solutions ever being discussed. The clan members never seemed to think about solving problems, always venting and complaining instead. For some reason, Shisui felt that his clan members' image closely matched what Byakuya had described. Could Byakuya be right? Was it true that the Uchiha could never become Hokage? A few days later, orders arrived at the front camp for the Uchiha to return to the village. Although the Uchiha were somewhat dissatisfied with the orders, they still led the team back to Konoha. Only by returning to the village could Fugaku participate in the Hokage election. On the way back, Shisui was approached by Itachi. Among the many Uchiha, Shisui was the youngest, with less than a 10-year age difference from Itachi. Itachi was very curious about Shisui's demeanor, feeling that he, like himself, was out of sync with the world. "Shisui-senpai, can I talk to you?" Itachi asked cautiously, seemingly afraid of being rejected by Shisui. Shisui nodded gently as he also wanted to talk to Itachi as well. "I also wanted to talk to you. What do you want to discuss? Are you looking for advice on ninjutsu or shuriken techniques?" "No, it's not that." Itachi shook his head. Shisui became interested and looked at Itachi, asking, "Then what do you want to know?" "If it's about how to awaken the Sharingan, I can't tell you that. The Sharingan can only be awakened by oneself. No one else can help." Itachi shook his head again and then said, "It's none of those. It's something else. Actually, I want to know what the meaning of life is. Why do ninjas kill each other? People die when they are killed, so why do we have to kill each other? Moreover, since people are destined to die after being born, why do we live at all? I can't seem to find any meaning in it. It feels like living and dying are the same, and sometimes I don't even know why I'm still alive." Hearing Itachi's words, Shisui suddenly felt a bit scared and began to understand Byakuya. Byakuya had shown a look of disdain and mockery upon hearing Shisui's responses, his eyes seeming to say that the Uchiha were all a bit insane. At that time, Shisui had dismissed Byakuya's words, thinking he was merely demeaning the Uchiha. But Itachi's doubts were indeed thoughts no 4 or 5-year-old should have. The notion of suicide should never be mentioned lightly, living was already hard enough. After contemplating for a while, Shisui spoke earnestly. Birth and death may hold no meaning, but experiencing life in between is the greatest significance. When you attend the Ninja Academy and understand the will of fire, you will find the meaning of your existence. Really? Itachi asked with an innocent smile. Faced with Itachi's question, Shisui hesitated a bit. Unlike when he faced Byakuya, he felt confident when addressing Itachi, who was still mentally immature. With this in mind, Shisui nodded solemnly. Itachi, I would never lie to you. At the front of the group, Fugaku noticed Shisui and Itachi talking quietly but didn't pay much attention to their conversation. Although Shisui was the clan's youngest 3-tomo Sharingan user, his experience was still that of a child. As for Itachi, he hadn't even attended the Ninja Academy yet and knew very little. However, Fugaku was confident about Itachi's future. With his talent, Itachi was sure to become an elite jonin and might even surpass Madara Uchiha, becoming the strongest Uchiha and the village's future Hokage. If possible, Fugaku hoped Itachi would become the son of a Hokage, creating a prestigious lineage of double Hokages. Unfortunately, Fugaku's own luck wasn't great. Against the likes of the Sannin and Minato Namikes, his chances of becoming Hokage were slim. If he lost to the Sannin or Minato, he wouldn't complain. It was true his abilities and credentials were inferior. However, just having the experience of running for Hokage would make it easier for him to become an advisor elder in the future, thus entering the village's core leadership. The position of police force captain was respectable, but it was always limited by the Hokage's office. Gaining a position within the Hokage's office could improve the unfavorable circumstances for the Uchiha. Chapter 110, Two Factions with No Chance of Becoming Hokage. A few days later, Fugaku walked out of the Hokage building with a somber expression. During the high-level meeting to nominate the 4th Hokage, the 3rd Hokage nominated Namikaze Minato, while Danzo recommended Orochimaru. The other advisors also nominated their preferred candidates. But the Uchiha clan wasn't even considered for a nomination, which made Uchiha Fugaku very displeased. He knew that the Uchiha's chances of being elected as the 4th Hokage were slim, but to not even be given the opportunity to participate in the election was too much. This wasn't the first time the Uchiha had been excluded from a Hokage nomination. Ever since Uchiha Madara failed to become Hokage, the Uchiha had not been nominated again. Nearly 50 years had passed since then. After returning to the Uchiha compound, Fugaku announced this matter during a meeting at the Naka Shrine. Upon hearing that the Uchiha had once again been excluded from the Hokage nomination, the gathered members of the Uchiha clan erupted in anger, with complaints about the unfairness of the leadership echoing throughout the room. They, too, found it hard to accept this powerless reality. But this was the reality. The Uchiha were not only far from becoming Hokage, they didn't even have the qualification to run for the position. The Uchiha clan, after all, boasted over a dozen jonin and hundreds of elite ninjas. In terms of strength, they were not inferior to any other clan. The actions of the leadership were indeed excessive. Captain Fugaku, the leadership's actions are too much. We must make them pay. Captain Fugaku, if we were to make one of the candidates have an accident, wouldn't we gain the qualification to run for Hokage? When these words were suddenly uttered from the crowd, every Uchiha froze and turned to look at the speaker. The Uchiha had considered running for Hokage and had even openly challenged the leadership. However, that particular Uchiha elder had ultimately been imprisoned by the second Hokage. But they had never considered attacking a Hokage candidate. The pride of the Uchiha would not allow them to plot such schemes in the shadows. They preferred to face their enemies head-on, to achieve victory honorably with their strength. Fugaku glanced at the Uchiha who had spoken, his expression stern as he said, "The ninjas of the village are our comrades. We, the Uchiha, intend to become Hokage openly and fairly. We absolutely cannot resort to such tactics." At this, the Uchiha member muttered quietly, "But we didn't get nominated. If the position of Hokage is always held by someone from the Senju line, we'll never have the chance to become Hokage." They won't even give us an opportunity." Fugaku's expression changed, but he still scolded him harshly. While the speaker may not have meant much by it, his words sparked a new hope in the hearts of many Uchiha. If they couldn't run for Hokage, perhaps they could take a different path and initiate a coup against the leadership. Becoming Hokage through a coup would still make them Hokage. However, the strength of the Hokage faction was currently too overwhelming. Even if they had the idea, it was merely that, an idea. It would be difficult to put it into action. In a corner, Shisui quietly listened to the content of the clan meeting. On the surface, Shisui appeared emotionless, but inside, he recalled something Byakuya had once said: getting too close to the position of Hokage would bring misfortune to the Uchiha, and eventually, the clan would be destroyed because of the Hokage. Whether the Uchiha would truly face destruction due to the Hokage was something Shisui couldn't be sure of. But what he could see now was that his clansmen were indeed developing dangerous thoughts because of their desire for the Hokage position. Things were progressing in the exact direction Byakuya had predicted, which left Shisui feeling deeply anxious yet powerless to change anything. A few days later, a meeting of all Jonin was convened at the Hokage building to begin the election for the fourth Hokage. Only 2 ninja qualified and chose to participate in the Hokage election: Namikaze Minato, who had gained great renown during the war against Iwagakure, and Orochimaru, who had achieved extraordinary feats in the Battle of Kikyo Pass. Of the remaining qualified candidates, Jiraiya voluntarily withdrew from the race, while Tsunade had left the village and did not participate. After a brief introduction by the candidates, the election for the fourth Hokage officially began. The Jonin of Konoha expected a fierce competition between Orochimaru and Namikaze Minato, perhaps even a close contest. However, the voting results shocked everyone. Namikaze Minato won by an overwhelming majority, almost crushing Orochimaru, and was declared the fourth Hokage of Konoha. The outcome surprised all the Jonin present. After all, although Orochimaru was known for his cold demeanor, he was actually well respected in the village, considered a capable and responsible leader. After his defeat, Orochimaru walked off the stage without any expression on his face, heading directly towards the root base. Danzo, standing nearby, shot a fierce glance at both Namikaze Minato and the third Hokage on stage before following closely behind Orochimaru, disappearing into the crowd. Once inside the root base, Orochimaru remained silent, as if the Hokage position was of no concern to him, certainly not more important than the experiments he was about to conduct. Danzo, however, was far from pleased. He glanced at Orochimaru and remarked with dissatisfaction: "Orochimaru, Hiruzen must have rigged the voting results. With your track record, there's no way you should have lost by such a wide margin to Namikaze Minato. He deliberately kept you from becoming Hokage. How could that brat Namikaze Minato possibly handle the role of Hokage? In the end, it'll just be Hiruzen again, wielding power under the guise of advising the fourth Hokage." Hearing Danzo's words, Orochimaru quietly set down his test tube. Though his face remained impassive, inside, Orochimaru was far from calm. The loss in the Hokage election infuriated him, but he wasn't one to wear his emotions on his sleeve. "I'm not particularly interested in the Hokage position, but my teacher did go a bit too far this time." Orochimaru's thoughts were simple: he didn't need to be Hokage, but the position shouldn't be denied to him through underhanded means. After a pause, Orochimaru continued: "I'll let it slide this time for my teacher's sake. But Lord Danzo, I believe Namikaze Minato's ambitions are not small. He won't easily let the teacher control him. If the successor personally chosen by my teacher ends up becoming his political adversary, that would certainly be interesting." While Orochimaru seemed indifferent to the Hokage position, Danzo felt very differently. Danzo had supported Orochimaru's candidacy for Hokage precisely because Orochimaru lacked true interest in the position. If Orochimaru had been elected, Danzo would have effectively become the Hokage himself, controlling Orochimaru from behind the scenes. He had 100 ways to ensure Orochimaru would obediently become a mere rubber stamp. Unfortunately, the election had still ended in failure. Feeling frustrated, Danzo brushed aside the topic of the Hokage and turned his attention to the surrounding experimental subjects. "Orochimaru, How is the progress on the would-release experiment? Have there been any successful subjects? He asked. Orochimaru flicked out his forked tongue and then shook his head, replying, "The cells from the first Hokage are too overpowering. So far, no experimental subject has been able to withstand them. We need many more experiments to make any real progress." He continued, "The main issue is that the yang release energy within the cells is too abundant. We need yin release to balance it out." Danzo, uninterested in hearing the details of the experiment, cut him off. "How much longer will it take? If Hiruzen catches wind of this, he'll have another excuse to come after us. At most, 3 more experiments will yield the final results. You need to secure more subjects for the labs," Orochimaru replied, his expression remaining indifferent. He wasn't concerned with Danzo's worries, his only focus was on obtaining the necessary materials and funding for his experiments. Chapter 111, The Fourth Shadow. After staying in the Land of Rain for a few days, Kakuzu finally adapted to life in the Akatsuki. Contrary to his expectation of daily missions involving murder and robbery, Byakuya spent his days wandering around, inspecting various enterprises while Kakuzu acting as his prime bodyguard. But considering Byakuya's strength, did he really need a bodyguard? What was clear, though, was that Byakuya was indeed very wealthy, alleviating any concerns about payment. As long as Kakuzu obediently followed Byakuya's orders, he would receive a substantial salary. At times, however, Kakuzu felt uneasy about earning his salary without doing much and wished he could kill a few more people for Byakuya. Standing outside the Amigakure Tower, Kakuzu straightened his posture at this thought. Inside the Amigakure building, Byakuya sat in a recliner, looking at Yahiko and the others. He yawned out of boredom, waiting for others to speak. Since he became the leader of the Akatsuki while Yahiko became the leader of Amigakure, they had clear divisions of responsibility. Yahiko, being gentle and willing to strictly implement the Akatsuki's will, was responsible for economic development and diplomatic work. Under his governance, the Land of Rain was well organized. Byakuya was responsible for military affairs, in a role similar to the head of Konoha's Umbu, overseeing espionage activities. Other tasks, such as training regular ninjas, building ninja schools, and infrastructure development, were handed over to Nagato and Konan, each responsible for a significant sector. On the 1st and 15th of every month, the 4 of them would gather to report on their work and discuss the future development plans for Amigakure. This past half-month, the infrastructure department completed the plan to build a road from Amigakure to the capital, but encountered difficulties with reservoir construction. "We need support from ninjas proficient in Earth Release," reported Nagato. "The orphanage is as usual, with no incidents. However, the ninja school lacks qualified Chunin instructors. The ninjas you recommended are strong but too fierce, scaring the children," reported Konan. After their reports, both glanced at Yahiko before focusing their gaze on Byakuya. Feeling awkward under Konan and Nagato's stares, Byakuya said, "Why are you looking at me?" "Yahiko is the village leader. Ask the dear leader to solve your problems." Konan and Nagato remained expressionless, continuing to stare at Byakuya, as if saying, "Guess if we discussed it privately while you were away. If there were any results, would we delay solving it until now?" After a moment, Byakuya spoke with a look of resignation. "Understood. I have ninjas skilled in Earth Release. I'll send them to support the water engineering project right away. But as for Chunin teachers, I really can't help. My subordinates are more adept at killing. If I sent them to teach at the ninja school, they might make the students more efficient killers than the ninjas from the sand or mist villages." Hearing this, Conan's expression shifted before she sighed. "Let's not do that. I don't want our new generation to become ninjas who only know how to kill. Their lives should be more colorful." Despite her words, Konan still looked at Byakuya with hopeful eyes. Byakuya sighed lightly. He had a golden finger for development, but now it seemed he had become the golden finger for Yahiko's trio, almost like Doraemon, a universal helper. After pondering for a moment, Byakuya suggested that Conan recruit some knowledgeable ordinary people to serve as teachers at the ninja school. In his previous life, he had never held a high position, so he wasn't sure how to properly develop an organization, a village, or a country. But he knew that a mercenary group like a ninja village was abnormal. Ninjas, with their superpowers mastering core productivity, shouldn't be used solely for killing, it was too extreme. During their time at the ninja school, ninjas didn't necessarily need to focus too much on combat abilities. Compared to shuriken throwing and the use of the 3 basic techniques, basic knowledge dissemination was more important, so that after graduation, they could be allocated to suitable positions. After all, training 1,000 Chunin cannon fodder couldn't compare to nurturing 1 Kage-level strongman. Moreover, chakra technology was advancing with the times. As long as the technology was adequate, even ordinary Genin students could possess combat power comparable to Umbu ninjas. This was why he suggested Conan take charge of the ninja school and implement reforms there. After addressing Conan's question, Byakuya turned his gaze to Yahiko and said calmly, "Yahiko, did you get into any trouble in your work?" Yahiko shook his head slightly. "During this period, I didn't encounter any diplomatic troubles. Communication with other countries went very smoothly, and they agreed to trade and open their borders. Even some foreign envoys who wanted to cause trouble changed their minds after seeing Hanzo's puppet. Your idea of having Nagato create the puppet was indeed good. Amigakure still needs the deterrence of the demigod. Well, I'll be off then." Byakuya wasn't particularly interested in Yahiko's words and was about to leave the Amigakure tower when Yahiko slowly pulled out an intelligence report and said, "Recently, a few significant events have occurred in the ninja world that you all need to know about." Yahiko flipped some pages of the report before continuing. "The first is that Minato Namikaze has become the 4th Hokage. The second is that Yagura has become the 4th Mizukage. In just 2 months, both Konoha and Kirigakure have new leaders." "Is that all?" Byakuya was not surprised by Minato becoming the 4th Hokage. Although Orochimaru was a competitor, his sinister nature meant he could never win against Minato. Minato's achievements were no less than Orochimaru's, and his warm personality, coupled with the approval of the 3rd Hokage, ensured Orochimaru never had a chance. This situation was somewhat similar to the Uchiha's plight. The Uchiha didn't even have the qualification to run for Hokage. Danzo and his recommendations had the qualifications, but the outcome would always be the same. In a sense, both Danzo and the Uchiha were sore losers. Striving to become Hokage like moths to a flame, they were ultimately consumed by the will of fire. Danzo's Shimura clan and Sasuke's Uchiha clan both eventually vanished into history, barely making a ripple. However, Byakuya was somewhat surprised by the news of Yagura becoming the 4th Mizukage. It wasn't surprising that Yagura became Mizukage, but rather that it happened so early. Obito seemed to be active in Kirigakure during this period, suggesting that Obito had a hand in this. Once Obito finished with Kirigakure, he would likely turn his attention to Konoha. Another spectacle was about to unfold. Chapter 112, Kakuzu's Surprise. Yahiko was long accustomed to Byakuya's flippant remarks. Byakuya lacked sufficient respect for the demigod of Amigakure and even the Kage of the 5 great ninja villages. However, given Byakuya's displayed strength, he did have the right to be somewhat irreverent. After pondering for a moment, Yahiko continued. "Minato is a disciple of Jiraiya Sensei, which technically makes him our senior. Now that he has become the 4th Hokage, I plan to send an envoy to congratulate him and also probe for the possibility of deeper cooperation." With that, Yahiko looked at Byakuya, waiting for his opinion. Byakuya nodded indifferently, saying, "This minor matter can be handled by you, Yahiko. Cooperation between our village and Konoha is beneficial. At least, I don't oppose it." "Byakuya, do you truly not oppose it? You are serious this time?" Yahiko squinted his eyes, somewhat disbelieving. Other villagers might not know, but the few of them were aware of Byakuya's identity. Byakuya carried the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, one of the last ninjas of the clan. Unlike Nagato, who grew up in the Land of Rain, Byakuya still harbored thoughts about the Land of Whirlpools. When the Land of Whirlpools was destroyed, Konoha chose to stand by idly. Given this, it was almost impossible for Byakuya not to hold a grudge against Konoha. Byakuya sighed lightly, somewhat helplessly saying, "The market in the Land of Rain is too small. Cooperating with a large nation like the Land of Fire is naturally beneficial. The ideals of the Akatsuki also need to be communicated externally to spread. Yahiko-senpai, have you forgotten our ideals since becoming the leader of Amagakure?" Faced with Byakuya's soul-searching question, Yahiko found himself speechless. But wasn't this line supposed to be his? Why did it sound so strange coming from Byakuya? Konan and Nagato also wore peculiar expressions. Could it be that the ideals and will of the Akatsuki were some kind of inherent secret technique of the leader? Once one became the leader, they automatically acquired the relevant abilities. Nonetheless, this also indicated that Byakuya did not oppose cooperating with Konoha. At this moment, Byakuya seemed to notice their thoughts and continued. "Of course, my primary reason for not opposing it is that if we strengthen cooperation with Konoha, we can justifiably spread our ideals to neighboring countries without worrying about military interference from Konoha. I've had enough of the Kusagakure next door, a bunch of fickle little people. We need to find a way to let them bask in the light of the Akatsuki's ideals." The familiar tone and words brought Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato back to reality. Byakuya was still Byakuya, with a strong sense of crisis, believing in preemptive strikes. All other reasons were just excuses. However, after experiencing so much, they understood that every village and organization needed such a ninja. The 5 great ninja villages may seem glamorous on the surface, but there's plenty of darkness beneath. They're not just ruthless towards their own people but are also merciless towards the smaller neighboring countries. Even Yahiko, who believes in the ideals of the Akatsuki, has started to accept that not everyone can understand each other. Those who can understand each other are naturally allies, but someone like Danzo will never reciprocate genuine intentions, only using them to create conspiracies. "Byakuya, hold on for a moment." Yahiko interrupted Byakuya and continued. "I know you have grievances against the Land of Grass, but the timing isn't right. We haven't yet fully consolidated our control over the Land of Rain. Let's wait until we have enough strength before considering this." Yahiko actually didn't want to take action against the Kusagakure but could only delay things like this. Otherwise, he suspected Byakuya might act on his own, executing a decapitation strike on Kusagakure and forcing the Land of Rain to annex the Kusagakure without proper justification. This would leave them vulnerable to subsequent public backlash. After all, the war between the Akatsuki and Hanzo was a civil war, whereas the Kusagakure is an independent nation. The ninjas of the Land of Grass would find it hard to understand the ninjas of the Amagakure. This was the reality. In the subsequent meeting, the leadership of Amagakure continued their discussions. The core issues remained the reform of the ninja school and diplomatic relations with the 5 great ninja villages. This time, Byakuya took on the role of an observer, listening without speaking, quietly watching the trio's performance. After several months in high-level positions, they finally looked the part, shedding much of their former naivety. After leaving the Amagakure Tower, Byakuya received a message from Black Zetsu. Sending Shiro underground, Byakuya, accompanied by Kakuzu, headed towards the Akatsuki base. Soon, they met Black Zetsu and Obito in the woods near the base. Black Zetsu's appearance was the same as before, a black and white, yin-yang humanoid. Obito's gaze had become sharper, and the tiger-striped mask on his face gave him an air of unfathomable depth, indicating a significant increase in both strength and confidence since their last meeting. He now exuded an attitude of, "I've been walking on thin ice all my life, can I really realize the Eye of the Moon project?" Kakuzu also took note of the two, his instincts telling him they were both very powerful, on par with himself. Byakuya's Akatsuki organization was even more profound than he had imagined. Obito glanced at Kakuzu and then asked Byakuya, "Who is he? A new member of the organization? Is he reliable? Will he leak our plans?" 3 rapid-fire questions left Byakuya momentarily speechless. Masked man, correct your attitude. Byakuya frowned and coldly said, "This is Kakuzu, an esteemed senior who has dominated the underground black markets of various countries for decades. He even battled the first Hokage for dozens of rounds and survived." Kakuzu's expression shifted slightly. While it was true he boasted about surviving a fight with the first Hokage to inflate his value and secure more lucrative contracts, it wasn't meant to draw enmity in this context. Moreover, the fact that a group of elite jonin were here discussing plans indicated some significant conspiracy. Kakuzu? Obito was visibly displeased. He glanced at Black Zetsu beside him and asked, "Do you know this person? Have you gathered intelligence on him?" Black Zetsu sighed inwardly before replying, "I've heard of him. Kakuzu is indeed a powerful ninja. With his addition, our future operations will be much easier." Hearing this, Obito finally shed his dismissive attitude, activating his Sharingan to scrutinize Kakuzu seriously. Kakuzu naturally noticed the Sharingan and felt a pang of apprehension. How could the Akatsuki already have an Uchiha, and not just any Uchiha, but one with a Mangekyo Sharingan? What exactly was the Akatsuki up to? Could it really be just a subordinate organization of Amagekure? Chapter 113, The next target is Konoha. Seeing Kakuzu's puzzled look, Byakuya patiently explained. "Kakuzu-senpai, our Akatsuki organization is dedicated to peaceful development and promoting mutual exchange among the 5 great shinobi villages. To achieve this goal, we may have to employ some unconventional methods, both now and in the future." Unconventional methods? Kakuzu was somewhat confused but also a bit excited. Byakuya nodded. "Our specific goal is to develop quietly, incite conflicts among the 5 great shinobi villages, and when they are sufficiently weakened, seize the opportunity to capture the tailed beasts and use their power to dominate the entire shinobi world." Isn't that a bit too crazy? Kakuzu's excitement didn't last long before he felt scared by Byakuya's plan. With his abilities, he could manage being a bounty hunter, but going up against the 5 great shinobi villages would likely cost him his life. High risk brings high reward. Even if you participate in the final operation, you can earn a lot of money along the way. Hearing that he could make money, Kakuzu was very tempted. Any hesitation he had melted away. He agreed to their plan before quietly stepping out. After Kakuzu left, Byakuya looked at Obito and Black Zetsu. "Black Zetsu-senpai, I've been surveying the Land of Fire recently and have recruited Kakuzu. How is your progress?" Black Zetsu hesitated and looked towards Obito. At this moment, Byakuya continued, "I heard that the 3rd Mizukage of Kirigakure is dead, and the 4th Mizukage is a ninja named Yagura Karatachi. Is your operation related to this?" Obito nodded and then said, "It does have some connection. The 3rd Mizukage was killed by Black Zetsu and me during his ninjutsu training. Otherwise, Yagura wouldn't have had the chance to rise." Mentioning the 3rd Mizukage, Obito wasn't in a good mood. He and Black Zetsu had found the 3rd Mizukage during his secluded training. They initially intended to control him with the Sharingan, but the Jinjutsu failed. The two of them went through a fierce battle, even at the cost of losing half of their bodies. Only then did they manage to deal with the 3rd Mizukage. However, this also restored Obito's confidence. The 5 Kage, who stood at the pinnacle of the shinobi world, were nothing special. As long as he had would release and the Sharingan, the 5 Kage were merely defeated opponents. The reason he lost to Byakuya during their sparring was simply because he was careless and underestimated his opponent. If it were a fight to the death, he would never lose to Byakuya. Byakuya, at the right moment, expressed his amazement and said incredulously, "Oh, Masked Man senpai, you really took down the 3rd Mizukage? He's one of the 5 Kage. That's really impressive." The term senpai made Obito a bit complacent. But then he thought about it. Byakuya had also captured Hanzo of the Salamander. Even if Obito had dealt with the 3rd Mizukage, it didn't seem like he was much stronger than Byakuya. It seemed like Byakuya was deliberately trying to undermine him. However, although Obito and Byakuya couldn't determine a clear winner between them, he was sure he had surpassed Kakashi. Kakashi had lost his fighting spirit and was no longer worthy of being his opponent. As the two teenagers argued, Black Zetsu, as an older individual, felt his head was about to explode. When the confrontation between them seemed imminent, Black Zetsu hurriedly said, "Should we discuss the important matters first?" Black Zetsu then sighed before praising both of them. "You both did very well this time. Byakuya recruited Kakuzu, adding another executor to the Moon's Eye plan, and Masked Man, with my assistance, killed the third Mizukage, successfully removing a rival and causing chaos in Kirigakure. It is foreseeable that Kirigakure will be unable to recover its strength for at least 10 years. During this time, we can wait for the resurrection of the Three Tails and be ready to retrieve it. Next, we need to find ways to weaken other shinobi villages, especially the most threatening one, Konoha." Byakuya was the first to regain his serious demeanor, nodding and saying, "Black Zetsu-senpai is right. Konoha is the most threatening shinobi village. Just like the third Mizukage who was killed by Masked Man, Konoha has 8 ninja of that level. We cannot be careless." Obito felt quite displeased. Since when did Konoha have 8 Kage-level ninja? As a Konoha native, he didn't even know about it. At this point, Black Zetsu gently nodded in agreement and added, "Byakuya is correct. Konoha indeed has that many strong ninjas at present. However, Tsunade is currently away, and Jiraiya is traveling. Thus, the actual number of strong ninjas stationed in the village is at most half. Even with this number, they are still very formidable. If they become alert, capturing the Nine Tails will become extremely difficult." After a pause, Black Zetsu turned to Byakuya with a questioning look. "Byakuya, since you've identified this issue, do you have any good ideas?" Of course, Byakuya quickly proposed a feasible plan. "Black Zetsu-senpai, I'm still young. By the time I reach Hanzo's age, the current Kage-level ninjas in Konoha will have all died of old age. We would win without fighting." Black Zetsu considered this for a moment and began to seriously evaluate its feasibility. Byakuya's plan was indeed quite good. For an immortal being like him, a few decades passed in the blink of an eye. As long as the Rinnegan remained intact, time was not an issue. Obito's expression changed unpredictably upon hearing this. Several decades was too long. Even if he lived that long, Obito thought that Madara and Rin's remains would have long turned to dust. Although he was determined to see the Moon's Eye plan through, waiting for decades wasn't his way of doing things. He couldn't afford to wait that long. With this in mind, Obito looked at Byakuya and Black Zetsu before asking. "Decades are too long. Even if the older generation of strong ninjas dies off, with Konoha's foundation, it's just a matter of time before they cultivate a new generation of strong ninjas. Are we just going to keep waiting?" "That was just the most conservative plan," Byakuya said expressionlessly, then offered a bold suggestion. "If Masked Man wants a quicker solution, you could consider teaming up with Uchiha Madara and use your space-time abilities to create accidents. Ninjas from Konoha will occasionally operate alone. That's the best time to hunt them. If each hunting operation goes smoothly, in less than 6 months, we could eliminate most of the powerful ninjas in the shinobi world. Then capturing the tailed beasts would become much easier." Black Zetsu considered the feasibility of this suggestion carefully before shaking his head. "This plan isn't very reliable since the chances of success are too slim. Moreover, Konoha also has space-time ninjas. If we're surrounded by Konoha's Kage-level ninjas, we would all be dead. Unless we find a way to deal with the troublesome space-time ninjas." Byakuya also shook his head and sighed. Indeed, space-time ninjas are a problem in the neck. Even I can't be sure of defeating a space-time type ninja, so this plan is not very useful. We'll have to continue developing slowly. Hearing the conversation between Black Zetsu and Byakuya, Obito fell into deep thought. Only a space-time user could deal with another space-time user. This meant that the only ninja who could potentially kill Minato Namikaze, aside from the deceased second Hokage Tobirama Senju, was himself. Chapter 114, A Day in the Life of the Fourth Hokage. Only someone with space-time abilities can counter another with space-time abilities. Obito wasn't sure if Byakuya was offering him a warning or mocking him yet again, but if he truly wanted to weaken Konoha's strength, his best chance was to target Namake's Minato. As Minato's former disciple, Obito was well acquainted with the Flying Thunder God technique. It could be said that if not for Minato, Konoha might have still won the war against Iwagakure, but the cost would have been devastating. After all, at that time, Konoha's outposts had been completely overrun, leaving only a handful of survivors. It was Minato who single-handedly turned the tide, leading them in a series of strikes against the Iwagakure ninjas, pushing the front lines forward by dozens of kilometers. These achievements earned him the respect of the frontline ninjas and led to his selection as the fourth Hokage. However, despite Minato's ability to protect thousands of Konoha ninjas during the Iwagakure War, he couldn't protect the members of his own team. In the most critical moments, he always arrived just a little too late. Obito's mind drifted to a dark thought: if he targeted Minato and Konoha, would Minato be late once more? But he quickly dismissed the idea. How could he be evil? This cruel world was nothing more than a game. The only real world was one where Rin existed and could live peacefully. Obito repeated this thought to himself, trying to convince himself through sheer force of will. His Sharingan seemed to grow more vivid as if stimulated by this inner turmoil. To avoid having his change in demeanor noticed by Black Zetsu and Byakuya, Obito used Kamui to slip away into a vortex. Black Zetsu watched Obito leave, then turned to Byakuya and asked, "Byakuya, are you trying to push him towards confronting the fourth Hokage?" Byakuya responded ambiguously, "The choice is his to make." "But, Black Zetsu-senpai, I'm curious about the masked man's true identity. Is he really Madara's successor? Didn't Madara leave Konoha alone back then?" "Madara did leave Konoha alone, but not all Uchiha were willing to stay in Konoha." Black Zetsu glanced at Byakuya and continued, "He's a special Uchiha, one who once had ties to Konoha, but now those ties are more about hatred." "You really do know how to play people, Black Zetsu-senpai," Byakuya remarked with a hint of admiration, then seemed to recall something, adding, "But his background and personality feels somewhat familiar, as if I've seen him somewhere before. Even though he tries to act tough, deep down, he's conflicted." Black Zetsu's expression subtly shifted. He had almost forgotten that Byakuya and Obito had crossed paths before. Given Byakuya's abilities, it would be easy for him to remember Obito's appearance and personality. If Byakuya were to discover Obito's true identity. But then again, perhaps it doesn't really matter. Both Byakuya and Obito are merely tools for Black Zetsu to use in resurrecting his mother. As long as one of them served their purpose, that was enough. With this in mind, Black Zetsu chuckled lightly, "Is that so? Maybe you really did meet him once. But now he's Madara's successor, so his past identity doesn't matter anymore." "You're right, Black Zetsu-senpai. What someone used to be doesn't matter anymore," Byakuya agreed, nodding. Identity was something he never found important. He had almost forgotten what his own identity was before joining the Akatsuki. While Byakuya and Black Zetsu were discussing their earth-shattering schemes, Konoha was in the midst of the fourth Hokage's inauguration ceremony. When the third Hokage handed over the hat that symbolized the power of the Hokage, Namake's Minato accepted it. As he placed the hat on his head, he addressed the crowd below. "Thank you all for your trust. I vow to protect Konoha with my life." His words were met with a resounding round of applause from the crowd, who looked up at him with admiration. After the handover ceremony between the old and new leadership, the era of the third Hokage officially ended, signaling the beginning of a new chapter. However, whether this would be an era truly belonging to the fourth Hokage or one shared by two Hokage remained uncertain. Wasting no time, Namake's Minato moved into the Hokage's office and, with the assistance of the village's senior advisors, began his duties. The heavy workload immediately gave Minato a taste of the difficulties that came with being Hokage. Even with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, providing guidance, Minato worked until dusk. When he finally returned home, he found Kushina in the kitchen, cooking. Upon seeing him, she smiled and said, So, our fourth Hokage is finally back. How was your first day on the job? I remember our dream back in the academy was to become Hokage, and now you've made it come true. Minato walked over to the kitchen, helping her chop vegetables as he sighed. Being Hokage is even harder than I imagined. If it weren't for the third Hokage's help, I don't think I could have even completed the basic tasks today. Kushina reassured him, it's like that at first, but you'll get used to it. I'll be here, supporting you every step of the way. Half-jokingly, Minato replied, then I'm grateful for Lady Kushina's support. Kushina nodded in satisfaction, that sounds good, but for now, our Hokage should go set the table. Dinner is almost ready. Minato followed her suggestion, and soon the two of them were sitting at the table, eating and chatting. As they ate, Minato, the newly appointed Hokage, began to vent some of his frustrations, while Kushina listened quietly. Despite her silent support, Minato couldn't help but express some minor grievances. Before becoming Hokage, Minato had believed that the Hokage's power was limitless. He thought that once he assumed the role, he could immediately start changing the undesirable aspects of the village. However, he quickly learned that while the Hokage does wield significant power, enforcing decisions requires the backing of a loyal Umbu unit. The Umbu under the third Hokage, while officially part of the village, essentially functioned as Hiruzen's personal force. This was manageable as long as there was no conflict between them, but in the event of a disagreement, these Umbu would follow the third Hokage's orders rather than his. Building his own Umbu unit, one loyal to him, was not going to be an easy task. It could take months or even years to fully establish, and during that time, his authority would be limited, making it difficult to implement any significant changes. Finding allies was also crucial. Due to their mentor-student relationship, Jiraiya was a natural ally. The Ino Shikacho trio, with whom Minato had a long-standing bond, were also staunch supporters. However, these alliances were only enough to maintain his position. They wouldn't allow him to truly exert his influence unless he secured additional strong support. The responsibilities of the Hokage extended far beyond just these challenges. There were countless other matters that Minato needed to address as he settled into his new role. Being Hokage required Minato to juggle numerous responsibilities, including managing the ninja academy, maintaining relations with the daimyo, and balancing the complex dynamics among the village's ninja clans. On top of that, he had to oversee missions, cultivate new talent, and handle a myriad of other tasks. Just hearing about these duties was enough to give Kushina a headache. However, understanding that Minato needed allies, she suggested, Minato, I'm quite close with Makoto. How about I invite her and Fugaku over sometime? You could have a chat with Fugaku. Minato quickly grasped Kushina's intention. She was encouraging him to seek cooperation with the Uchiha clan. Since he already planned to visit the major ninja clans, and knowing that the Uchiha were an unavoidable and critical part of the village's delicate balance, he agreed with a nod. After discussing village matters and the ninja clans, Kushina remembered something else and said, oh, there's another thing. Kakashi still seems to be struggling to move past his grief. Otherwise, he could have been a valuable member of your Umbu team. I think I'll check on him tomorrow. Hearing Kakashi's name brought a shadow over Minato's expression. After the wars with Iwagakure and Kirigakure, only Kakashi remained from the original team Minato. Both Rin and Obito had died tragically, leaving not even their bodies behind. Minato couldn't help but think that if only he had been faster, he might have been able to save them. But he was always just a step too late. It felt like a curse. Kushina noticed Minato's sorrow and comforted him. This is the reality of war. Many from our class didn't make it either. Once Iwagakure comes to sign the treaty, we can finally enjoy some peace. Minato nodded, then said, I plan to assign Kakashi to the Umbu. If he continues like this, it could lead to something tragic. Kushina was puzzled, but isn't Umbu a dark and dangerous place? Won't that just make things worse for him? Minato moved closer to Kushina and shook his head. Don't forget, I'm the Hokage now. I'll be the one assigning missions. I intend to have Kakashi work as a protector until our child is born. Kushina smiled. I guess I wasn't thinking straight. Maybe pregnancy really does make you a bit dull. Minato reassured her, not at all. You've always been smart, just a bit anxious. Then, as if recalling something, Minato added, oh, there's something I forgot to mention. It's a piece of news from Amigakure. Kushina looked curious. What news? Is it good or bad? Minato quickly replied, I'd say it's good news. Do you remember the 3 children Jiraiya-sensei taught in the Land of Rain? Kushina nodded, a bit surprised. Of course I remember. But didn't they lose contact with Jiraiya-sensei? Have you heard from them recently? Minato didn't keep her in suspense. They've formed an organization in the Land of Rain and recently took over as the leaders of Amigakure. Kushina, intrigued, began to analyze the situation. So they've become the leaders of Amigakure? Jiraiya-sensei's students are really impressive. If we could establish a connection with them as former comrades, the village wouldn't have to worry about large-scale attacks from the north and might even gain a powerful ally. Minato, slightly exasperated, clarified, I didn't mean it from a Hokage's perspective. It's not about strategy. He was slightly exasperated by how Kushina seemed to be thinking of everything from his role as Hokage, always putting his responsibilities first. After a brief pause, Minato continued, what I meant to say is that there are several Uzumaki ninjas living in Amigakure. You're not alone in this world. Yes, you still have kin out there. Amigakure has several Uzumaki ninjas? Kushina was momentarily stunned. She had grown accustomed to living a solitary life. Apart from Mito-sama, she had no contact with other members of the Uzumaki clan. After the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, those who survived either left the country or went into hiding. She hadn't seen any of them since. Now, Minato was telling her that there were still several Uzumaki clan members residing in Amigakure. It was hard for her to process this information, but the smile on her face betrayed her true feelings. She was genuinely happy. For a moment, she wanted nothing more than to leave Konoha immediately and go in search of her kin. But then, just as quickly, Kushina dismissed the idea. Her position was far too sensitive. She was not only the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki but also the wife of the Hokage. Leaving the village was no simple task. The elders would never allow it. If she tried to leave with a large group, it would raise alarms in the other ninja villages and make Amigakure suspicious of Konoha's intentions. After all, relations between Amigakure and Konoha were not the best, and the Uzumaki clan's relationship with Konoha was strained, to say the least. Some would even say they were enemies. The brutal truth was clear. Whatever the reasons at the time, Konoha had broken its alliance with the Uzumaki clan when they failed to protect the Land of Whirlpools, violating the promises made between them. And despite that betrayal, Kushina had still ended up as Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If not for Mito-sama and her meeting Minato in the academy, she might have been consumed by the Nine-Tails long ago. Seeing the turmoil in Kushina's thoughts, Minato smiled and said, I'll arrange for Yahiko and his group to visit Konoha when there's an opportunity. I'm very interested in the ideas they're implementing in the Land of Rain, and Yahiko seems like a fascinating person. His letters suggest as much. When the time comes, I'll make sure you get to meet Nagato, Karen, and Byakuya. Minato hesitated for a moment when he mentioned Byakuya's name, recalling his previous encounter with him. He hadn't expected Byakuya to be an Uzumaki as well. Minato vividly remembered what Byakuya had said to Rin and Obito, advising Rin to retire from being a ninja, claiming she wasn't suited for it. Rin had been considering retirement but was talked out of it by Kakashi and Obito, only to die on the battlefield in Kirigakure. Byakuya had also extended an invitation to Kakashi and Obito, which they both declined. As a result, Kakashi lost an eye, and Obito was crushed under rocks. It was as if those who ignored Byakuya's advice were cursed. Kushina noticed Minato's momentary distraction and asked, "What's on your mind?" Minato shook off his thoughts, smiling as he replied, "Nothing much, just remembering my meeting with Byakuya and Konan. We actually crossed paths once before, though I wasn't sure at the time whether they were friend or foe." Kushina was surprised and asked, "Really? You never mentioned that before. What does Byakuya look like?" How old is he? How strong is he? Minato thought for a moment and answered, he's about Kakashi's age, both in terms of strength and years. He has a bright and sunny appearance, but when he looked at me, there was something odd in his gaze, as if he already knew my identity and location. Kushina grinned and boasted, well, that's the Uzumaki clan's sensory prowess for you. And you're a prominent jonin in the village, now the Hokage. It's only natural that someone would remember you. Kushina then smiled, go on and take a bath now since you've got to visit Kakashi tomorrow. Chapter 115, Unbreakable Allies. A week later, during a break, Minato sought out Kakashi. At that moment, Kakashi was lying on a tatami mat, staring blankly at the ceiling fan spinning above him. His hands were wet, dripping water onto the floor, and his eyes were filled with negativity and despair. Ever since Obito and Rin had died, Kakashi had often woken up in the middle of the night, haunted by the memory of the moment when he pierced Rin's chest with his own hand. He couldn't forgive himself for his incompetence, nor could he forgive himself for killing Rin. His hands, stained with the blood of his comrades, felt as if they were coated in paint. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't wash them clean. Ironically, his father had chosen to commit suicide amidst a storm of criticism after abandoning a mission to save his comrades. Yet, when Kakashi had upheld the principle that the mission was more important than his comrades, he was met with disdain from his fellow ninjas. It was only after Obito's persuasion that he began to believe in the power of teamwork, accomplishing what seemed to be an impossible mission. But then, his comrades died right before his eyes. It was as if fate had played a cruel joke on him. As Minato silently entered the living room of the Hitaki residence, he sat down beside Kakashi with an apologetic expression and said, I'm sorry I haven't visited you until now, Kakashi. Kakashi glanced at Minato and replied, it's my fault. I haven't even congratulated you on becoming the 4th Hokage yet, but I've already prepared a gift for you. It's in the room. Looking at his disciple, who seemed to have lost all will to live, Minato didn't know how to begin the conversation. Kakashi's tone carried a hint of blame, but it was blame directed at himself. If this continued, Kakashi might follow in his father's footsteps and commit suicide. Thank you. Minato paused for a moment before continuing, but today, I need to ask you for another favor. I need a squad leader in my Umbu unit. Would you be willing to help me out? Of course. Kakashi, who had nothing else to do, found direction in Minato's request. Hearing this, Minato smiled. That's good. I was worried about not having anyone to protect Kushina. Once you join the Umbu, you can move into my house. Kushina and I have already prepared a room for you. Kakashi nodded but then grew curious. Did Kushina-sensei really need protection? They had seen Kushina's anger before, and her sheer amount of chakra was enough to leave them breathless. Kushina-sensei was undoubtedly an elite jonin of the village. Minato leaned in close to Kakashi's ear and quietly revealed that Kushina was pregnant. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's expression turned to one of surprise. At this moment, Minato made a gesture of silence and said, this is the village's top secret. Only by entrusting this mission to you can I be completely at ease. Kakashi nodded slightly. Though his face still carried a trace of gloom, much of it had been dispelled. At least this proved that he wasn't useless, that he still had value. There were comrades in the village who cared about him, he wasn't alone. Minato-sensei trusted him, not because only he could protect Kushina-sensei. The real reason was to help him out of his depressed state. Otherwise, it would have been more logical to entrust the task to Lord Jiraiya, given their closer relationship. After leaving the Hitaki residence, Minato returned to his own home. The previous night, after a long discussion with Kushina, he decided to unite the powers of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans to break free from the influence of the third Hokage and to suppress the factions led by Danzo and Orochimaru. It wasn't just because Orochimaru had been his rival in the past. Minato had long been displeased with both Danzo and Orochimaru. Orochimaru was one thing, apart from his cold, unfeeling methods, there wasn't much else to fault him for. But Danzo and his subordinate Umbu training program, Root, was simply going too far. During the third Hokage's tenure, Danzo, as a close friend of the third, could use the pretext of a training program to build his private army. But now that Minato was Hokage, why should Danzo still be allowed to have his own private force? Through casual conversations with his friend Shikaku, Minato had learned many things even before he became Hokage. Aside from special departments like Umbu and Root, each major clan trained its own private forces, with the Uchiha having the largest and most elite force. However, these were funded by the clans themselves. Danzo's Root, on the other hand, was different. He used the Hokage's office budget to train a private army loyal to him alone, even influencing the Hokage's decisions. From a purely self-interest perspective, Minato and Danzo's factions were destined to be at odds. Earlier that morning, Minato had tried to get Danzo to hand over the personnel list of Root, but Danzo refused. The third Hokage tried to mediate, which left Minato feeling very frustrated. If it was this hard to regain control over what was originally the Hokage's own force, reforming the village in the manner of the Hidden Rain village would be even more difficult. Therefore, Minato needed the support of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans to become a Hokage in both name and fact. When he returned home, Minato saw Kushina and Mikoto in the garden. The two expectant mothers, who were of similar age, were chatting about preparations for motherhood and sharing some personal anecdotes. Naturally, Minato didn't join their conversation. His gaze fell on Fugaku, who was standing nearby. After exchanging glances, Minato greeted first, "Clan leader Fugaku, shall we go inside and have a chat?" Fugaku nodded. This was the reason he had come. Ever since the Uchiha clan missed out on the Hokage nomination, not even having the chance to run, the discontent at clan meetings had been growing. Some clan members resented the village's treatment of the Uchiha, while others voiced more discordant opinions. Fugaku knew that these clan members were just venting their frustrations, but when emotions reach a certain level, they are bound to erupt eventually. In the face of the current Senju faction, the Uchiha stood little chance of winning. Upon hearing that Kushina had invited Mikoto over, Fugaku did not hesitate to come to the Hokage residence. From the moment he saw Minato Namikaze, he understood that the young Hokage was in as much trouble as he was. Sitting on the sofa, Minato and Fugaku talked extensively, covering topics from diplomatic environments to internal village matters. The conversation lasted for over an hour, after which both men wore satisfied smiles, clearly having reached some form of agreement. For the fourth Hokage, he needed the Uchiha to counter the third Hokage and Danzo, to free himself from the constraints imposed by the old guard. For the Uchiha, they needed the Hokage to escape their isolation and support. Both parties were gaining something valuable, making them unbreakable allies. If this alliance could be maintained, the long-standing conflict between the Senju and Uchiha might finally come to an end. However, as was often the case, an unexpected event would likely to occur. Chapter 116, The Gaze of Black Zetsu. After being provoked by Black Zetsu and Byakuya, Obito began to contemplate how to deal with the fourth Hokage. Upon arriving in Konoha overnight, Obito had been hiding in the village for a whole week. He witnessed the ceremony of Minato Namikaze's inauguration as the fourth Hokage and saw Minato enter the Hitaki residence. After observing Fugaku and Mikoto accepting the invitation and visiting the Hokage's residence, Obito could no longer restrain himself. He was concerned that the Uchiha might indeed collaborate with Minato, which would significantly bolster Konoha's strength. This would make the execution of the Moon's Eye plan much more challenging in the future, especially when it came to dealing with the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Even now, Obito had no confidence in dealing with Kushina. Although Madara had provided him with a summoning contract to control the Ninetales, he was still unable to use the summoning technique even from a distance of over 100 meters. This was the sheer proof and resilience of Kushina's exceptional sealing technique. Was he really destined to wait for decades, until Kushina was in trouble or had passed away, before making his move? Obito was torn, as living alone in this deceitful ninja world for decades had been an agonizing experience for him. However, if he only considered the timing of his actions, he could return to Konoha immediately and use his identity as a disciple to get close to Kushina and Minato. But if he acted on this, the success rate might be higher, though it would also mean carrying the infamy of killing his former teacher. At that moment, Minato and Fugaku emerged from the room. Kushina and Mikoto were discussing their children. Kushina smiled and asked, "Mikoto, what do you plan to name your baby?" Mikoto touched her belly and replied, "Sasuke." "Fugaku and I decided on this name." "Isn't that the name of the third Hokage's father?" "You and Fugaku really do respect the third Hokage." Kushina chuckled and teased. In the Land of Fire tradition, naming a child after the superior's father was a sign of respect, but it also seemed like blatant flattery. Mikoto feigned a look of panic and said, "Lady Kushina, you found out. You won't hold it against me, will you? How about naming the baby after you and Minato instead?" Kushina gently shook her head and said, "Forget it. Although the third Hokage is quite stubborn and somewhat old-fashioned, he is still a good Hokage and deserves respect." At that moment, Mikoto seemed to have an idea and asked, "By the way, what's the name of your baby?" "Naruto." Kushina explained, "It's the name of the protagonist in Jiraiya-sensei's book. Minato and I liked it, so we decided to use it." "Naruto, Naruto, that's a great name." Mikoto repeated it a few times and then laughed. "What if it's a girl? Should we still call her Naruto? How about naming her Naruko instead?" Kushina huffed lightly and said, "Sasuke might not be a boy either. What if it's a girl?" Mikoto squinted thoughtfully and suggested, "Then let them marry. It's a childhood engagement, and they can develop their relationship from a young age." "That's a good idea." Kushina and Mikoto's conversation was clearly overheard by Minato and Fugaku. Both Minato and Fugaku showed expressions of helplessness. Fugaku directly stated, "Mikoto was just joking. Please don't take it to heart, Lord Fourth. The Uchiha will not align with the third Hokage." Minato's expression shifted slightly, but he replied with a light smile, "Clan leader Fugaku is overthinking. We are all working for the benefit of Konoha. The third Hokage is a respected senior of mine. However, it's true that our two families could interact more." Fugaku nodded. It was a positive sign that the fourth Hokage was willing to communicate with the Uchiha. At least for the next decade or so, the Uchiha wouldn't have to worry about exclusion and might even have a chance at the Hokage nomination, leading to the emergence of a Uchiha Hokage. After politely declining an invitation to stay for dinner, Fugaku and Mikoto left the Hokage residence. At that moment, Kushina seemed to sense something and her expression suddenly changed. Noticing Kushina's change in expression, Minato quickly appeared beside her, his face serious. "Kushina, did you sense something?" Kushina nodded and said, "While chatting with Mikoto, I felt many eyes watching us. I recognized most of the chakra signatures, but there were two unfamiliar ones. They seemed to be trying to approach me." "Trying to approach you?" Minato's face darkened. He was already aware that Kushina was under surveillance. Even when Mito was still alive, Kushina had been the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. At that time, Konoha's Umbu had begun monitoring the Jinchuriki. As Kushina's strength increased, the surveillance had decreased, and after becoming Hokage, only a few remained. Now, with the appearance of these new chakra signatures, it was uncertain whether they were spies from enemy countries or if they were agents of Danzo and Orochimaru. Regardless, the protection for Kushina needed to be intensified. To Minato, Kushina was his beloved wife, but to the fourth Hokage, Kushina was the village's most crucial combat force. The importance of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was on par with the Hokage. At this moment, in a corner of Konoha, Obito emerged from the vortex with a grim expression. Having been discovered by Kushina, he was forced to use Kamui to escape. If he had stayed any longer, Minato might have detected him and a difficult battle would have ensued. All of this was due to Black Zetsu's interference. Black Zetsu had recklessly approached Kushina, almost causing a major incident. Glancing at Black Zetsu emerging from the ground, Obito spoke with a cold tone, "Why did you approach the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? We almost got discovered." "It's because Kushina's sensory abilities are too strong. I thought the distance wouldn't be a problem," Black Zetsu quickly explained, sensing Obito's anger. Obito gave a cold snort, letting the issue slide, partly due to his own good mood. He had just obtained crucial information. Kushina, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, was pregnant. This meant that she would be in an extremely weakened state during childbirth, a perfect opportunity to strike and weaken Konoha. However, Obito decided not to immediately share this secret with Black Zetsu. What Obito did not know was that Black Zetsu had already discovered this. His detection was not due to poor stealth abilities but because he sensed familiar chakra signatures on Makoto and Kushina. Though weak, the chakra was distinctive. It was not the Nine-Tails chakra but the chakra of Indra and Ashura, the two figures who had been reincarnating for millennia. This signified that his opportunity had arisen once more. After being provoked by Black Zetsu and Byakuya, Obito began to contemplate how to deal with the fourth Hokage. Upon arriving in Konoha overnight, Obito had been hiding in the village for a whole week. He witnessed the ceremony of Minato Namake's inauguration as the fourth Hokage and saw Minato enter the Hatake residence. After observing Fugaku and Makoto accepting the invitation and visiting the Hokage's residence, Obito could no longer restrain himself. He was concerned that the Uchiha might indeed collaborate with Minato, which would significantly bolster Konoha's strength. This would make the execution of the Moon's Eye plan much more challenging in the future, especially when it came to dealing with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Even now, Obito had no confidence in dealing with Kushina. Although Madara had provided him with a summoning contract to control the Nine-Tails, he was still unable to use the summoning technique even from a distance of over 100 meters. This was the sheer proof and resilience of Kushina's exceptional sealing technique. Was he really destined to wait for decades, until Kushina was in trouble or had passed away, before making his move? Obito was torn, as living alone in this deceitful ninja world for decades had been an agonizing experience for him. However, if he only considered the timing of his actions, he could return to Konoha immediately and use his identity as a disciple to get close to Kushina and Minato. But if he acted on this, the success rate might be higher, though it would also mean carrying the infamy of killing his former teacher. At that moment, Minato and Fugaku emerged from the room. Kushina and Makoto were discussing their children. Kushina smiled and asked, "Makoto, what do you plan to name your baby?" Makoto touched her belly and replied, "Sasuke. Fugaku and I decided on this name." "Isn't that the name of the third Hokage's father?" "You and Fugaku really do respect the third Hokage." Kushina chuckled and teased. In the Land of Fire tradition, naming a child after the superior's father was a sign of respect, but it also seemed like blatant flattery. Makoto feigned a look of panic and said, "Lady Kushina, you found out. You won't hold it against me, will you? How about naming the baby after you and Minato instead?" Kushina gently shook her head and said, "Forget it. Although the third Hokage is quite stubborn and somewhat old-fashioned, he is still a good Hokage and deserves respect." At that moment, Makoto seemed to have an idea and asked, "By the way, what's the name of your baby?" "Naruto." Kushina explained, "It's the name of the protagonist in Jiraiya-sensei's book. Minato and I liked it, so we decided to use it." "Naruto, Naruto, that's a great name." Makoto repeated it a few times and then laughed. "What if it's a girl? Should we still call her Naruto? How about naming her Naruko instead?" Kushina huffed lightly and said, "Sasuke might not be a boy either. What if it's a girl?" Makoto squinted thoughtfully and suggested, "Then let them marry. It's a childhood engagement, and they can develop their relationship from a young age." "That's a good idea." Kushina and Makoto's conversation was clearly overheard by Minato and Fugaku. Both Minato and Fugaku showed expressions of helplessness. Fugaku directly stated, "Makoto was just joking. Please don't take it to heart, Lord Fourth. The Uchiha will not align with the third Hokage." Minato's expression shifted slightly, but he replied with a light smile, "Clan leader Fugaku is overthinking. We are all working for the benefit of Konoha. The third Hokage is a respected senior of mine. However, it's true that our two families could interact more." Fugaku nodded. It was a positive sign that the fourth Hokage was willing to communicate with the Uchiha. At least for the next decade or so, the Uchiha wouldn't have to worry about exclusion and might even have a chance at the Hokage nomination, leading to the emergence of a Uchiha Hokage. After politely declining an invitation to stay for dinner, Fugaku and Mikoto left the Hokage residence. At that moment, Kushina seemed to sense something and her expression suddenly changed. Noticing Kushina's change in expression, Minato quickly appeared beside her, his face serious. "Kushina, did you sense something?" Kushina nodded and said, "While chatting with Mikoto, I felt many eyes watching us. I recognized most of the chakra signatures, but there were two unfamiliar ones. They seemed to be trying to approach me." "Trying to approach you?" Minato's face darkened. He was already aware that Kushina was under surveillance. Even when Mito was still alive, Kushina had been the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. At that time, Konoha's Umbu had begun monitoring the Jinchuriki. As Kushina's strength increased, the surveillance had decreased, and after becoming Hokage, only a few remained. Now, with the appearance of these new chakra signatures, it was uncertain whether they were spies from enemy countries or if they were agents of Danzo and Orochimaru. Regardless, the protection for Kushina needed to be intensified. To Minato, Kushina was his beloved wife, but to the fourth Hokage, Kushina was the village's most crucial combat force. The importance of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was on par with the Hokage. At this moment, in a corner of Konoha, Obito emerged from the vortex with a grim expression. Having been discovered by Kushina, he was forced to use Kamui to escape. If he had stayed any longer, Minato might have detected him and a difficult battle would have ensued. All of this was due to Black Zetsu's interference. Black Zetsu had recklessly approached Kushina, almost causing a major incident. Glancing at Black Zetsu emerging from the ground, Obito spoke with a cold tone, "Why did you approach the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? We almost got discovered." "It's because Kushina's sensory abilities are too strong. I thought the distance wouldn't be a problem," Black Zetsu quickly explained, sensing Obito's anger. Obito gave a cold snort, letting the issue slide, partly due to his own good mood. He had just obtained crucial information. Kushina, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, was pregnant. This meant that she would be in an extremely weakened state during childbirth, a perfect opportunity to strike and weaken Konoha. However, Obito decided not to immediately share this secret with Black Zetsu. What Obito did not know was that Black Zetsu had already discovered this. His detection was not due to poor stealth abilities but because he sensed familiar chakra signatures on Mikoto and Kushina. Though weak, the chakra was distinctive. It was not the Nine-Tails chakra but the chakra of Indra and Ashura, the two figures who had been reincarnating for millennia. This signified that his opportunity had arisen once more. Chapter 117, Young Minato. "Black Zetsu, what are you thinking about?" Obito asked when he saw Black Zetsu standing still, lost in thought. Black Zetsu snapped out of his thoughts and replied, "I was considering how to deal with Konoha. Kushina and Minato are too powerful. Capturing the Nine-Tails seems impossible. So, have you come up with any plans?" Obito inquired. Black Zetsu shook his head. "I haven't thought of anything effective yet, but maybe Byakuya has some ideas. We should share this information with him first." At the mention of Byakuya, Obito's expression changed sharply. He told Black Zetsu, "I don't need his help. I can weaken Konoha on my own, and it will only take a year at most." Black Zetsu glanced at Obito and shook his head again. "Even though you've inherited Madara's abilities, the Nine-Tails isn't just any tailed beast. For the sake of caution, it's better to inform Byakuya." "I said, I don't need him." Obito's tone grew colder. A few days later. Time passed quickly, and it was soon time for the high-level meeting. As the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze hosted the meeting with Konoha's high-ranking officials, including Danzo, the leader of Root, Orochimaru, the Hokage advisor Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane, and the semi-retired third Hokage. Although the third Hokage had officially retired and become a member of the Elder Council, he still played a leading role in the high-level meetings. While Minato had a deep respect for the third Hokage, he felt some dissatisfaction. After all, he was the current Hokage, while the third Hokage was a former one. Considering the lack of capable officials under his command, Minato had to endure this situation for now. Whenever he proposed a question and solution, he always sought the third Hokage's opinion. This was unavoidable. Despite being chosen as the fourth Hokage due to his merits and popularity, Minato's influence and power were still far less than that of the third Hokage, who had served for decades. The era of the fourth Hokage had not yet begun, it was still the era of the third Hokage. Minato felt that becoming a true Hokage would take at least another 3 to 5 years. On the positive side, he was still very young, under 30. With that thought in mind, Minato took out his agenda and looked toward the third Hokage. Third Hokage, I plan to establish a guard unit to ensure Kushina's safety. Third Hokage, we've received a diplomatic envoy from Iwagakure. Should we request land from them, or just seek war reparations? Third Hokage, the forces from Kirigakure have withdrawn from the Fire Country's borders. Third Hokage, the emissaries from Amigakure hope to trade with us at the border and learn from Konoha's advanced techniques. Minato's requests for opinions pleased the third Hokage, who felt that he had made the right choice in appointing Minato as the fourth Hokage. Minato Namikaze, as the fourth Hokage chosen by the third Hokage, demonstrated unwavering loyalty. He was focused on seeking the third Hokage's counsel, regardless of how the fourth Hokage managed matters. This scenario was also observed by other high-ranking members of Konoha. Koharu Utatane and Hamura Mitokado, while not aspiring to the position of Hokage themselves, were steadfast in their roles as advisors. They, along with the third Hokage, stood as pillars of support for the current Hokage. In contrast, Orochimaru and Danzo showed clear dissatisfaction. Orochimaru could not tolerate the third Hokage's controlling nature and began to suspect that there might have been foul play in the Hokage election. Danzo's discontent was more straightforward, he harbored resentment that he was not the Hokage. If Orochimaru had succeeded, Danzo felt he should have been the one to gain power, but his dark methods were no match for the third Hokage's influence. Noticing the dissatisfaction in Orochimaru and Danzo's expressions, the third Hokage remarked with a smile, "Minato, it's good to consult with us elders. However, now that you are Hokage, you can make decisions as long as they align with the village's interests." Minato shook his head gently. "No. I am still too young and need to heed the wisdom of the third Hokage. Otherwise, I might end up causing more harm than good despite my good intentions." The third Hokage nodded in satisfaction. The high-level meeting ended on a harmonious note, though no concrete resolutions were reached. After the meeting, Minato took the third Hokage's instructions and returned to his office. He set aside the third Hokage's comments and did not immediately tackle the work at hand. Instead, he gazed out of the window at Konoha, lost in thought. At 24 years old, Minato had risen to become the highest leader of Konoha through his achievements and strength, but his journey as Hokage had only just begun. In the months since he became Hokage, he had visited high-ranking officials and clan leaders, quickly learning the intricacies of political maneuvering. The power struggles among the high-ranking officials were not only about forming alliances and building strength but also about standing on moral high ground, using the village and its greater good to suppress rivals. Frankly, this was different from his initial expectations of what it meant to be Hokage. He had envisioned the Hokage as a figure of unwavering integrity, dedicated to protecting the village with their life, and one who could not tolerate any form of dishonesty. Yet, the reality was starkly different. While the public image of the third Hokage was pristine and untarnished, Minato, having become Hokage, realized that the third Hokage might have deliberately allowed Danzo to develop root. There was an unsettling amount of darkness hidden within the village's umbu and root. Minato's idealistic vision of Hokage clashes with the darker realities of political power and the complex web of loyalty, deceit, and ambition within Konoha. This realization was shaping his understanding of his new role and the challenges he would face in truly becoming the Hokage he aspired to be. Minato Namikaze felt the weight of his responsibilities as Hokage, realizing that much of the intrigue and plotting were not just aimed at enemies but also at allies within the village. This understanding was wearing him down and made him reflect on why Tsunade had left Konoha and why Jiraiya had been reluctant to take up the mantle of Hokage. Jiraiya, in particular, had seen the darker side of the village and chose to distance himself from it. Despite these realizations, Minato remained optimistic and confident in his ability to transform Konoha. He believed that with time, he could bring about a significant change. Pulling himself back from his wandering thoughts, Minato began to organize his work. Establishment of the escort unit, he knew it was crucial to set up an escort team for Kushina. He planned to deploy 2 Umbu squads to provide round-the-clock protection for her, ensuring her safety. Negotiations with Iwagakure, Minato aimed to secure a substantial compensation from Iwagakure in their peace talks. If negotiations did not yield favorable results, he was prepared to leverage his Flying Thunder God technique to demonstrate Konoha's might directly in Iwagakure. Treaty with Kirigakure, he realized the importance of swiftly concluding an agreement with Kirigakure to prevent any potential shifting of their internal conflicts onto Konoha. Speedy resolution was essential to maintaining stability. And lastly, engagement with Amigakure. Regarding the emissaries from Amigakure who sought to establish trade and exchange knowledge, Minato decided to agree to their request. He had heard that Amigakure had recently made significant progress in reforming its internal issues. Gaining insights from Yahiko's leadership and Amigakure's reforms could be beneficial for his own plans to reform Konoha. Chapter 118, Amigakure Diplomatic Team. Compared to Konohagakure, Amigakure is undoubtedly weaker. Although in terms of Kage-level ninjas, Amigakure is not far behind Konoha, but other than that, Amigakure is far inferior to Konoha. To be blunt, the number of ninjas in Amigakure doesn't even match the number of upper-level ninjas and ANBU in Konoha. However, there is one aspect where Konoha cannot compete with Amigakure, the authority of the village leader. Despite some limitations, Yahiko's authority as the leader remains largely intact. Amigakure also does not suffer from internal strife, perfectly avoiding internal conflicts. Therefore, after receiving a letter from the 4th Hokage, Yahiko immediately informed Byakuya and the others to convene a small meeting. At the meeting, Yahiko produced the reply letter, and the 4 took turns reading through it. Firstly, the 4th Hokage did not refuse the border trade between the 2 countries. Secondly, he agreed to the exchange of diplomatic teams, allowing Amigakure and Konoha to send envoys to learn from each other's advanced experiences and address shortcomings in management. Byakuya showed little interest in the diplomatic exchange. However, judging from the content of the letter, the 4th Hokage seemed quite interested in the reforms taking place in Amigakure, possibly wanting to initiate a reform within Konoha due to internal conflicts. At this thought, Byakuya couldn't help but smile. Yahiko, noticing this, furrowed his brow and asked, "Is there something wrong with the letter?" "I didn't find any issues." Byakuya chuckled lightly and said, "There's nothing wrong. I'm just thinking about something pleasant." Yahiko, somewhat helpless, said, "Don't change the subject. What is it that makes you so happy?" Byakuya deliberately teased and then said, "Why do you think the 4th Hokage is being so friendly with us? You know, agreeing to trade and even allowing us to send a diplomatic team for exchange. Because he is Jiraiya-sensei's disciple, kinda like our senior?" Yahiko attempted to answer, considering this the most likely reason, apart from the strategic importance of Amigakure. Though Amigakure is not thriving, it is situated at a crucial transportation route. If any one of the sand, rock, or leaf villages controls Amigakure, they can turn it into a military stronghold, directly threatening the other 2. Byakuya nodded and explained, "Our Amigakure's dear leader's analytical skills have improved. You guessed that the 4th Hokage is trying to win us over, but he's more interested in learning from our reform experiences and then implementing reforms within Konoha. After all, although Konoha seems united on the surface, internal conflicts are already severe." Hearing this, Yahiko suddenly understood and then recalled something, saying, "You previously asked me to strengthen exchanges with Konoha, and now they want to imitate our reforms." Are you worried that Konoha might become stronger after the reform? But of course, I am worried. Byakuya revealed a mysterious smile and said, but it's better to believe in the possibility of the Uchiha becoming Hokage than in the fourth Hokage's ability to successfully reform the village. Yahiko was stunned for a moment. He suddenly realized that Byakuya was never a reformist but a revolutionary. Since the difficulty of reform was too high, it was better to start anew and solve problems by directly addressing the enemies. This method, though extreme, was highly effective. After confirming the delegation, Yahiko and Byakuya began discussing the selection of members for the exchange team. After a moment of contemplation, Byakuya spoke up, Yahiko, Nagato must not join the delegation. The Rinnegan must not be exposed to the world since the risk is too great. Yahiko nodded lightly, I think so too. Nagato cannot leave the land of rain. At this point, Byakuya added, also, it would be best if you don't join the delegation. If anything were to happen to you, the land of rain would fall into chaos. Hearing this, Yahiko looked doubtful. If I don't go, the only qualified ninjas left to lead the delegation to Konoha are you and Conan. Are you planning to visit Konoha this time? Byakuya shook his head and said, I mean, it would be best if you don't go. As long as you make the necessary preparations, it's possible to go. Don't forget that Danzo, who once allied with Hanzo, was also a Konoha ninja. Mentioning Danzo's name made Yahiko and the others' expressions change. The betrayal by Danzo and Hanzo had made them abandon their previous naive notions. In a way, they even felt a grudging gratitude towards Danzo. But gratitude aside, the enmity between Danzo and the Akatsuki would not be easily resolved. At this moment, Conan seemed to have thought of something and said, Danzo and the fourth Hokage are likely political enemies now. Danzo wouldn't dare to make a move against us in Konoha, as that would be tantamount to becoming a rogue ninja. But are you really not going to join the delegation? Konoha is the most prosperous village. Byakuya nodded and said, I won't go myself, but I'll send a clone with you. Although its combat power isn't much, it can still provide advice and strategy. How about it? Isn't that very considerate? Yahiko and Conan exchanged speechless looks but eventually accepted Byakuya's goodwill. Even with an invitation from Minato, their senior, they would remain vigilant. The best way to guard against potential backstabbing was to bring along Byakuya, even if it were just his clone. In the following time, Yahiko and Byakuya finalized the number and departure date for the delegation. However, it wasn't so simple to set the delegation in motion. They had to wait for the situation to stabilize and obtain the fourth Hokage's consent. A month later, the delegation heading to Konoha departed from Amigakure. Byakuya was also a member of the delegation, but he deceived Yahiko and Conan by sending his real body instead of a clone. The story about the clone was a lie, crafted to give him a reason to act independently. He had long wanted to visit Konoha, but going there openly did not fit his style or the goals of his mission. Yahiko and Conan genuinely wanted to exchange experiences. If the fourth Hokage were to follow their suggestions, with the support of Konoha, the Akatsuki's ideals would become much easier to achieve. Byakuya, however, had different plans. He never believed that Konoha would support the Akatsuki. His goal was to create internal strife within Konoha, to divide it into factions that could then be absorbed into the Akatsuki. The talent within Konoha, rather than being wasted on internal conflicts, would be better utilized within the Akatsuki. As for how to instigate conflict, Byakuya planned to send a gift to an old friend. It had been several months since he last corresponded with his very dear sponsor and advisor, Danzo. This time, he would rely on Danzo's assistance to help him achieve his goal of recruiting talent. Chapter 119, Master and Apprentice Reunited. Soon after leaving the Land of Rain, a team of ninjas wearing animal masks blocked the path of the delegation. Byakuya looked at the team in front of him, frowned, and said, "These people aren't from Konoha trying to attack us, are they? I'll go over and kill them all." "Byakuya, don't be so hasty." Conan said this, but she was already preparing for battle. Her clothes gradually transformed into explosive tags, ready to be fired at any moment. Seeing the delegation's readiness for combat, Gaku and Izuka appeared somewhat flustered. Removing his mask, Gaku quickly took out his forehead protector, symbolizing his identity, and explained, "Don't act rashly. We are members of the Umbu under the Hokage, tasked with escorting the delegation to the village." Only then did Byakuya sheath his weapon and walk up to Gaku, smiling lightly as he said, "So you're from the Hokage's Umbu. Are you under the 3rd Hokage or the 4th Hokage?" Noticing the hostility in Byakuya's demeanor, Gaku instinctively took a half step back, then straightened up and said, "Please don't ask further. I am from Konoha's Umbu and follow the Hokage's orders." "Very good, that's a perfect answer. I'm even more interested in this exchange now." Byakuya glanced at Gaku, then slowly moved back to stand behind Yahiko and Konan. He roughly guessed the identity of this Konoha Umbu member and had reasons to give Yahiko and Konan a hint. After Byakuya stepped back, Gaku appeared somewhat at a loss. Seeing this, Yahiko sighed lightly, started his performance by apologizing for Byakuya's rudeness, and then began to subtly probe into the current situation in Konoha. Back in the team, Yahiko and Konan focused on Byakuya. Byakuya's recent actions were quite reckless and could easily damage the relations between Konoha and Amagakure. However, Byakuya was not the kind of ninja to act frivolously, so his actions must have had a deeper meaning. Byakuya didn't hide anything and spoke directly. Although the leader of Konoha's team is a Jonin, his strength is only slightly better than a Chunin, and the other members are only of average Chunin level. Byakuya smiled before continuing. "There are 2 possible reasons why the 4th Hokage sent such ninjas to greet us. The first possibility is that the 4th Hokage is underestimating us and deliberately has sent these weaklings to humiliate us. The second possibility is that these are his strongest subordinates. I lean towards the second possibility. The 4th Hokage doesn't have many capable subordinates. This invitation for an exchange is likely an attempt to win us over, so Yahiko, when you negotiate, try to secure more benefits for the village." After hearing Byakuya's analysis, both Yahiko and Konan were somewhat surprised. Byakuya had deduced so much information from just encountering the Konoha Umbu, his analytical skills were astonishing. However, knowing this in advance was also beneficial. Even among close relatives, clear accounts must be kept, let alone when representing Konoha and Amagakure. It would be impossible for Amagakure to bear unilateral costs. After a brief discussion, Yahiko and the others did not waste time. Under the escort of the Umbu, they continued their journey. After spending a week traveling across much of the Land of Fire, the delegation finally arrived at Konoha's city limits. Standing on the outskirts of the city, Byakuya saw the iconic buildings of Konoha. Konoha's landmark structures are twofold: the Hokage Rock and the Valley of the End statues. The Hokage Rock represents the past Hokages who silently watch over the village, while the Valley of the End statues symbolize the reconciliation between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, the 2 legendary figures whose accord founded Konoha. As the delegation entered Konoha's main gate, Byakuya felt the unique prosperity and tranquility of the village. Though not as bustling as the great cities of his past life, Konoha stood out among the ninja world for its distinct peace, the air filled with a serene aura unlike the musty smell of Amagakure. Returning his gaze from the surroundings, Byakuya looked ahead at the welcoming party. The reception team from Konoha included many high-ranking officials, such as the 4th Hokage, the 3rd Hokage, Jiraiya, and 2 elder advisors. Although Amagakure wasn't one of the 5 great shinobi countries, it stood out among the smaller ninja villages. Upon seeing Yahiko and Konan, the 4th Hokage remained composed, but Jiraiya could hardly contain his excitement. If the occasion hadn't been so solemn, he would have rushed to embrace his former student. Yahiko was also somewhat excited, as he hadn't seen Jiraiya in many years. Despite the long separation, Jiraiya's appearance seemed unchanged, while Yahiko had grown from a war orphan into the leader of Amagakure. After exchanging pleasantries with the 4th Hokage, Yahiko and Konan moved to Jiraiya's side, creating a touching scene of reunion. Byakuya had little interest in the emotional reunion and instead focused on sensing the chakra levels of those present. The chakra of Minato Namikaze and the third Hokage far exceeded that of a typical Jonin, comparable to that of the Uzumaki clan members. This was a fundamental aspect of their strength. However, Byakuya was somewhat surprised to find that Jiraiya's chakra was not as abundant. Did Jiraiya have a technique to hide his chakra, possibly related to Mount Myaboku's powers? Nevertheless, these details were secondary, as Byakuya had already sensed Kushina Uzumaki's chakra. Kushina's chakra was slightly less than his own, but the presence of the Ninetales chakra within her was enormous. Despite the sealing technique masking it, it was still strikingly prominent. Refocusing his attention, Byakuya shifted his gaze from the shadow-level figures to others. Recruiting high-level shinobi was challenging and costly, finding and recruiting potential candidates was often a more cost-effective approach. At this moment, Konoha was not without promising prospects. Just then, Byakuya detected a malicious gaze. Following it, he saw a figure wrapped in bandages hiding in the shadows, Danzo Shimura. Without hesitation, Byakuya met Danzo's gaze directly and offered a friendly smile. Upon realizing he had been spotted, Danzo frowned. He hadn't wanted to meet the delegation but couldn't resist observing their arrival, especially looking for Byakuya. Danzo had been opposed to the idea of exchanging with Amigakure from the start. On one hand, he feared his actions against Akatsuki might be exposed. On the other, he was wary of Byakuya possibly infiltrating the delegation to undermine Konoha. Byakuya's open appearance within the delegation left Danzo unsettled. He was unsure whether Byakuya was secretly executing a plan to sabotage Konoha or merely making a public appearance. Regardless, Danzo could not allow Byakuya to roam Konoha unchecked. Chapter 120, The Various Faces of Konoha. Apart from Danzo, several other ninjas in the crowd had their eyes on Byakuya. After observing for a while, the Uchiha guards who were maintaining order recognized Byakuya's figure and couldn't help but grit their teeth. They remembered the humiliation they had endured a few months ago. The young man before them had captured all of them alive in just a few rounds and then had brutally humiliated the Uchiha clan by demanding a ransom. Since returning to their clan, they had been eager to exact revenge and erase that shame. However, it seemed that their chance for revenge was slim now, as Byakuya appeared as a member of Amigakure exchange team, and Hokage would not allow them to make trouble proactively. With the strength of the younger generation of the Uchiha clan, sending more people would only lead to more humiliation. Shisui also recognized Byakuya and noticed the dissatisfaction of the clan members towards Byakuya. Unlike his clansmen, Shisui did not feel any anger over being captured by Byakuya. It is because he simply considered it a matter of lacking strength. His clansmen were too narrow-minded, always focusing on individual grievances rather than the welfare of the clan. Moreover, the exchange team came with the intention of peace, and he could not disrupt that. Byakuya's visit to the village was worth pondering. He had directly expressed his desire for Shisui and the Uchiha clan to join Amigakure, which indicated that this visit was not merely about cooperation. Since the fourth Hokage came into power, the relationship between the clan and the village had improved considerably. If this state of affairs continued, the Uchiha might soon integrate into the village, and there was even a possibility of becoming Hokage in the future. Although Byakuya's experience and strength were superior to his, he was still no match for the fourth Hokage. With that thought, Shisui looked at the fourth Hokage and Yahiko in the group before finally focusing on Itachi beside him. After months of interaction, Shisui confirmed that Itachi shared his views and was a like-minded clansman. Despite his young age, he could think from the village's perspective, though he was not very adept at expressing his inner feelings, often keeping things to himself. If Itachi could become a bit more optimistic, he would surely become the first Uchiha Hokage in the future. Itachi looked at Shisui with some confusion, following his gaze to Amigakure exchange team. He didn't know the specific identities of these individuals but could tell that the village was treating this exchange with great importance. He began to consider how he would handle the Rain Ninjas if he were Hokage. In contrast to Shisui's confident outlook for the future, Kakashi's feelings were more complex. He recognized Byakuya and Konan and knew in advance that they had become high-ranking members of Amigakure. While their identities were similar the last time they met, there had been significant changes since then. What troubled Kakashi the most was that all of Byakuya's companions were still alive, while Rin and Obito had sacrificed their lives, leaving him unable to protect his comrades, a burden he could never reconcile. At this moment, Asuma Sarutobi, noticing Kakashi's expression, asked with curiosity, "Kakashi, do you know the people from the Amigakure exchange team?" Kakashi nodded lightly. "I was saved by them during a mission in the Land of Grass. Some of them are also students of Jiraiya-sama." "Ah, so they're Jiraiya-sama's disciples. No wonder Amigakure was the first to come. I suspected that things weren't that simple, as there must have been some private agreements made." "That old man," Asuma grumbled, his tone filled with dissatisfaction towards the higher-ups. Kakashi didn't respond to Asuma's grumbling. Despite Asuma being the son of the third Hokage with commendable character and strength, he always seemed to harbor a strange animosity towards the higher-ups, viewing them as duplicitous. Yet, the highest leader Konoha ever had was Asuma's own father, the third Hokage. Might Guy, however, didn't engage in such indirect discussions. He asked straightforwardly, "Kakashi, you've been watching that black-haired ninja closely. How strong is he?" After some thought, Kakashi replied, "His strength is exceptional. Although I haven't seen him go all out yet, he's definitely an elite among Jonin." Guy's interest was piqued by Kakashi's words. Filled with excitement, he looked at Byakuya in the distance and said, "A ninja recognized by even Kakashi, I really want to fight him." "You should focus on becoming a Jonin first." Kakashi didn't think Guy stood a chance against Byakuya. Even though Guy's father had displayed strength comparable to a Hokage on the battlefield, time was needed for growth, and Byakuya was already far ahead. After the welcoming ceremony, the exchange team was settled into a residence. This residence, nestled by the mountains and water, would serve as Amigakure exchange team's base for the next half-month. New to Konoha, Byakuya stayed diligently within the residence and did not venture out. Well, Konoha was not like Amigakure. Here, experts were numerous, and powerful shinobi were commonplace. If Konoha decided to take action against the Amigakure exchange team, Byakuya could only attempt to escape with Konan, as his ability to handle opponents of similar strength was limited against multiple enemies. However, apart from life-threatening situations, it was unlikely that Konoha's major factions would unite against the Amigakure team. Otherwise, the ninja world would still be under the rule of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, and the four great ninja villages wouldn't have been able to stir up any trouble. Yahiko and Konan were somewhat surprised by Byakuya's behavior. In the past, Byakuya would have sneaked out to scout, but this time he stayed put in the residence, not even discussing the situation with them. However, it was understandable. Byakuya's main body was still in the village, and a shadow clone's endurance was limited. It was more practical to be concerned about whether Byakuya might take action against other villages while they were absent. They recalled Byakuya's previous desire to attack the Land of Grass to expand the Akatsuki's influence. Byakuya might be preparing to take action against Amigakure now, and they hoped that by the time they returned, everything would still be manageable. Byakuya seemed to guess Yahiko and Konan's thoughts and rolled his eyes with a look of disdain. Byakuya was the kind of person who would act decisively even against small countries. His shadow clone was currently busy working with Nagato to create the 6 Paths of Pain. Besides, with the ninja village's era upon them, no one really played the game of territorial expansion anymore. The real plan was to industrialize Land of Rain and treat the Land of Grass as a market for dumping goods. The collaboration and exchange with Konoha were precisely for this purpose, making money and significantly expanding Amigakure's influence. That was more than enough. If Amigakure were to truly annex the Land of Grass, it would only serve to shift the internal conflicts of other ninja villages, which would be a rather noble act in itself. Byakuya's future plans involved quietly developing, igniting internal conflicts within the 5 great ninja villages, and then causing division among them to bring them into the Akatsuki. To achieve these goals, he had no qualms about being a behind-the-scenes manipulator or even becoming the dark force akin to Black Zetsu. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 5. Peace.